All right, everybody, welcome. Let's see. Adam, good morning. Anybody else is here? Good morning. Got the coffee going. Woke up at 4 a.m. this morning. Don't ask me why. Um, would have liked to sleep a little longer, but that's the way it goes. So we'll see what's going on here. I mean, we're going to go through all the charts in a second. This is a pretty crazy day, to be honest. I mean, um, yeah, definitely not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. Huge pump up last night off the back of the federal court saying that they can block Trump's tariffs. And then you've got, the White House saying that they can pretty much do whatever they want. So, I mean, I think that means there's a lot of uncertainty in this market, and you're just going to see probably a lot of chop today. So, we'll have to trade that accordingly. I've got some updates for you guys in a little while. I'm working on the Sierra Charts DLL with Jonas. So that's coming along. We'll be ready with that later. Let's see. Let me know if you guys have any questions here in the chat. What's up, Gluey? Can you guys hear me all right? And can you see the main screen here with the Nasdaq on it? And you can see my mouse okay? I hope. Let me know. Morning, Ralph. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, so the analysis from yesterday, just give me a sec here. One sec, we'll go over this here. Just have to see something right here. The analysis from yesterday with the indices, I mean, it was spot on if you look at the levels. I don't have them up here because I do those levels for you guys, right? So I want you to use them, to decide, good spots, high probability spots to get in, good trades. But for me, I need more flexibility in terms of where I get in to the trade. So, but you could see the level was right there on NQ, and it just opened and blasted. So it wasn't really easy to get in on that unless you got in, right from the get-go. So if you didn't get a piece of that, don't feel bad. Did any of you get a piece of that? And if you didn't, don't even worry about it because it's just not, it's not super easy trading at all. It's been, even though the analogy, like these are the nuances in trading. You can have your analysis can be spot on, but then the execution, is a whole different thing, right? It's not easy to execute these trades. So if you're not getting in on the trades, don't feel bad about that. Okay. Just keeping an eye on a few things here. I'm checking some stuff from Jonas regarding I'm reading some stuff from him regarding the Sierra Charts DLL. So that's why I'm kind of scatter focused right now. I'll get to your guys' comments in a sec here. Hey, Jose. Good morning, my friend. Good to have you guys here. We'll get going here in just a second. I'm just reading something from Jonas, and I'm getting the Sierra. So with Sierra Charts, we will have back testing DLL and a live trading DLL. So the let's see, the weight on the server, like the workload that it makes the server do, will be less when you're trading live with the live DLL, and then you're back testing, when you're not trading live, you'll use the backtesting DLL and you'll be able to backtest that pretty easily. So I think that's a good way to do that. Give me a sec here. So yeah, I expect this market to be really difficult today. Probably going to be more of like a Mm. Well, we'll call out. I'm going to share some really cool stuff with you guys. All right. So give me a sec here. And then we'll go over questions and all that kind of good stuff, you guys. One second. Okay. All right. So let me get back to the stream here. Good morning, Supreme. That was a nice short you did yesterday. Good job, buddy. You guys are doing great. So let's go ahead and just look at the overnight market here. I can get focused a little bit better now. Basically, I've kind of rearranged here just a little bit because yesterday, you know, I don't know why the high low is there. I gotta figure out why that is. Hang on. So UB's correct. Nasdaq's a little off. Let's see why the high low. Let me fix this high low here, guys. I don't know why this is doing this. So settings. Why is the high low not working there? Oh, there's something with the start time there. I think that's why it's not working. So it should be. Hang on one sec, guys. See if this adjusts it. Yeah, okay. And that should be the defaults, and that is called the study settings high-low. Okay, sorry guys, just give me a second here. So study settings high-low. So high-low, let's remove, let's add, apply. Okay. High-low. Sorry about this, guys. I don't know why it was doing that. Then I'll go into some important stuff. Studies high-low, remove, high-low, apply. There we go. Okay. Are we good? I think we're pretty good. So far. Okay. So, hey Cam, good morning. Thanks, man. Oh God, gold. Yeah, the analysis, guys, was as usual, pretty spot on. Not like patting myself on the back or anything. It's VolPro Edge. It works when you know how to use it. But getting in was hard. So gold for me, what I did is I had, I gave you guys the levels, and I use my levels, when I gave them to you guys, obviously. So my level was basically right in here at the daily, right here, the DMLs, right? You could see, sorry, that's the weekly. So you got the weekly over here, guys. I want the weekly up. I'll explain that in a second, but the daily is here. And so when we opened right here on gold, we opened basically right in here. I thought, gold can be pretty wild at the open. I thought maybe it'll just come up here and, test these DMLs and then collapse. So I had an order to short at 24, and it just didn't get filled. It just started collapsing. So on the lower time period chart here, so you can actually see I had the level drawn out for myself here, because this is where we opened on gold. And I just thought, I thought there was a decent chance that this could just come up and kiss this. And then, you know, I was looking for something like that, and it just didn't do that. So it started collapsing. And, you know, once it starts collapsing here, I find that difficult, even though the analysis is really good. And I'm saying down for gold for obvious reasons. I mean, if you get in here, where does your stop go? You know, does it go here? Does it go here? These are the nuances. Or, you know, you can say, okay, well, look, this is going to be a trend run down. That's what I'm betting on. I'm going to get in there and stop behind the true average. You know, you can do that. So there's all these little nuances in terms of, you know, being able to use the analysis and then capitalize on it. So what I did is I've been super distracted, obviously, like the last few weeks with the baby and just preparations, and I got to take care of Lily a lot more now. I have to put her to bed every night. So I'm still, right now is not a time for me to put the pedal to the metal with stuff. I'm just kind of trying to get used to my new schedule, right? You guys can hear me okay, right? With the mic, everything's good with the screen and the mic. Let me know. Yeah. Okay. Cool, Adam. Thanks. So when I was like in between, you know, getting Lily ready for bed and doing all this kind of stuff. Cause you know, my wife used to do all that, but now she's just saddled with the baby, especially when the baby's a newborn. So I got to do all that other stuff that my wife used to do until we find somebody to help, which is difficult here in Costa Rica. So it really kind of distracts from my trading, but it is what it is. Like, you got to go through these periods in life. It's not the end of the world. So when gold started collapsing here and I was kind of checking on the screen, at first I took a shot here to short. And then when I could see it was, you know, I put it at break even. I was trying to catch a nice move back down. I got taken out of break even. Then I was, you know, doing stuff. And then I saw that flash there. I thought, okay, if that flash is valid, then this should start to dump. So when it started to dump here, I took a little piece out of this. I should have held longer. And then thankfully I went to bed. I wasn't waiting for anything more, but I'm actually glad I went to bed because, you know, looking at this, I mean, that's quite the reversal. And again, look, I mean, it's pretty incredible with VolPro Edge that, you know, when this market opens here at 33, you know, 15, our daily extension right there is there, you know, to start the day right at 32.70, and price stopped right there. I mean, it's incredible. So, and you know, silver was really funny because silver, remember I said, I really like that extension. And I was like, nah, I'm not going to call it out because I like it. Anyways, you know, these are the things. It's good to see the levels working like this anyways. So anyways, how'd you guys do? Did you catch a piece of gold or any of the indices, anything like that? How did that go? Nice. Still 2 micros, Ralph. What was that? What? So Cam. Oh, so Ralph, you went gold short, 2 micros. Nice. Did you just get short? Nice. Well, Ralph, that's fantastic. I mean, what? 2 micros, and that's got to be good. I mean, that was a pretty good drop, right? So that's fantastic, buddy. Nice job. And Cam, what about you? Did you guys both just get short right at the open? Just you're like, okay, it opens, boom, you just got in? If so, fantastic. Nice. Well, that's fantastic, man. Great job. I'm really happy to hear that for both of you guys. Just checking something here. Yeah, I think this market's gonna kind of be a mess today, for sure. It's looking like that. So Cam shorted open, got out at 32.72, 6K. Fantastic, buddy. Was that on a XFA?
She was mean to me.
Who was mean to you? See, guys, this is why my trading. Those of you who are in college, just be very, very thankful. It's, well, who was mean to you and why?
No.
Lily, who was mean? Lily, who was mean to you? What happened? Oh, but that's fine. When you don't even like Alani, so when she doesn't want to play with you, you just got to say, okay, that's fantastic. Because you don't want to play with her.
Your daddy's
Yeah, but you don't want to play with her anyways. You know what I mean?
Your father's working. You have to come out now. Come on. I'm gonna. Saturday's 2 days away.
Yeah.
Come on. You know what I mean. Okay. No problem. No problem.
Lily, are you gonna eat some breakfast? Are you gonna try to eat some breakfast?
Yeah, I did.
Is it gonna be delicious?
No, I did.
Oh, you already did? Okay, well, can you go watch TV? Because you know that toy I'm gonna buy you this weekend, if you're good? That requires money. And the Nasdaq is gonna give it to us, but you have to go and watch TV out there, okay?
For the Nasdaq to give it to us, not on the computer.
Thanks, Supreme. You can borrow Lily for a month. Just kidding.
Show it to me on the computer.
What am I showing you?
The toy on the computer.
Well, I can't because I'm working and there's people here now. So I'm gonna need you to go out there. So, or you can stay here and just hang out, but I can't really pay that much attention because I'm working. Is that okay? So, yeah. No, it's a wonderful, beautiful family. It's blessings, but you know, when you have a 5-year-old, they just don't really understand like the logic of like, oh, well,
Lily?
you know, you got to work. Why can't you just focus on me all the time?
1, 2.
Okay, Lily, you're not going to get your sticker for today,
No.
which means you won't get a toy. Do you want to get your toy or no? 'Cause- well, it's a good behavior toy. So now when we're asking you to leave, we really would appreciate it.
I'm not asking her. I'm telling her.
Oh, okay. Grandma's telling you.
I'm not doing this with you, Lily.
Guys, just give me a second. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm sure we'll get interrupted again. It's just going to be like this for a little while till I can get things settled. I mean, oh yeah, yeah. It's tough when you're. Yeah, exactly. and then my poor mom has to try and deal with Lily. I don't know what we're gonna do when my parents leave. That's gonna be tough. Um, anyways, let's go ahead and take a look at some stuff here. So basically, anyways, where were we? I'm glad you guys caught that short on gold at the open. That was fantastic. Supreme. Yeah, it's I mean, it's like it's wonderful, and it's also, you know, an enormous amount of responsibility, right? Like when you've got to take care of a bunch of people, and it's definitely, it adds a lot of joy and a lot of stress. It's like both, right? Um, so, but that is what it is. Yeah, so basically what I've done here is I've got the I've got the indices open here on the main panel. And then, you know, we've got all of our other markets up here as well. And the reason for that is because, you know, yesterday, while I was messing around with the Nasdaq, and, you know, yesterday was tough. I mean, this price action right here was not easy yesterday that we traded. And that's okay. That's going to happen from time to time. But I mean, it was like the last, you know, half hour, the market kind of picked up all that support and went, and then right at the open. So you had Nvidia's earnings after hours. You had, you know, this whole thing with the courts with Trump, and, you know, these markets on days like that, it can just, the price action was just kind of crappy. So what that just kind of made me realize was that I need to not be so, the reason I have all these markets is because there are good opportunities across the board, and I don't need to be messing, you know, with this kind of crap on the Nasdaq, even though I was very bullish. And the reason I focused on this was because I thought at open we were going to continue to just go like that. And, you know, some days that does happen, but yesterday it didn't. And then meanwhile, I'm sitting there just kind of, you know, bleeding myself to death on the Nasdaq when there were some really good opportunities across these other markets. So that's why I want to have them here. And what we're going to do today is we're just going to look at, you know, the different alerts here that come across for these different markets, and we're going to analyze them, and we're just going to look for good setups, you know, regardless of the market. I do the daily levels on the key markets that I think will be, you know, quote unquote, the easiest and the best levels for you guys to trade, like gold last night or ES and NQ. But, you know, I'm much more free flowing in my trading. I don't need the levels. So I like to get the alerts, see what the volume chart is doing, because the markets are dynamic, right? Like you can come in with the idea that, you know, the day is going to be one way or the other. But at the end of the day, the market, you know, there could be lots of things going on that you didn't count on that you still can capitalize on, right? So that's really important. So, you know, some examples of that are from, while the NASDAQ was doing this yesterday, I mean, we had basically, gold didn't really get, see, gold was choppy here, right? And then you had silver was pretty choppy. I mean, our level was here, but it was kind of trending, you know, straight down through the level on silver there, right? And then, you know, copper. So copper, you know, you actually look, you had a lot more movement on copper, right? Like the price action here on copper wasn't at all like it was on NQ, right? So there can be good trades on copper, or, you know, platinum was kind of choppy. The bonds were pretty choppy, but crude, I mean, crude yesterday was beautiful price action, right? And yeah, I called out that level right here on crude, you know, before the day started. That was great, but it gave the best setup in London. But that doesn't mean that just because it gave, you know, the best setup in London, that as I'm getting alerts for crude, that we shouldn't be paying attention to it, because, you know, as this is trending up like this, you know, there's a nice pullback. I don't know if I would have taken that, because you are into that daily extension and all that, but it's still important to be open to take advantage of these other markets, you know, when the price action on NQ is really shitty. And that's the advantage of trading all these markets. So that was just something I kind of reflected on last night. Heating oil yesterday was pretty choppy. Gasoline was choppy. Nat gas was, that was an insane reversal. But I mean, look, if I'm actually checking, this is why I've got the alerts, right? So if I'm checking the alerts like I should be and going over the analysis with you guys, it's like, okay, my original level on nat gas, for support was here, but we can see that it's just cutting through that level like butter, trending straight down. Well, at that point, you get pinged on natural gas, like, I don't really want to buy my level. You get pinged here. You're like, okay, we're breaking that level. Okay, still maybe don't want to do anything. You get pinged on the alert here, and you're like, well, okay, Well, when you get pinged on this one here, that's a pretty nice little pull. But at this point, you're pretty sure natural gas is gonna gun for that extension on the daily at least. There's a bunch of extensions down there. We've obviously had a huge outside reversal. We're trending straight down. So there's a chance on this market when this pings us at 1045 and we're just like, okay, that's a pullback. We're trending straight down. I mean, let's short some natural gas here, right? And that wouldn't necessarily be on my mind to start the day because I don't have a crystal ball, right? So do you guys understand what I'm kind of saying with regard to, like, when you really have all these markets and you just, you come in with your plan, you've got your levels, all that kind of stuff, but you're also just open to, hey, there could be a phenomenal setup on any one of these markets at any time. And that's why I want to cycle through and check them, right? So I think that that's really important. So we've got it's 9:04. That's what we're going to do today. We're going to cycle through all these different markets here. So that's kind of my plan for it. Let me know if that makes sense to you, if you got any questions about that. Like today, I think, the indices are going to be quite choppy. And if they are going to be, choppy, then there could be some, like we don't know. There's so much information baked into these markets. We don't know how, any number of these commodities is going to respond to this back and forth between the courts, now the federal courts, the White House, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, that was just my reflection on it last night. Let me know if that makes sense to you guys. So yeah, I'm where I'm at is basically the last few weeks have just been very, very slow for me because of, basically the last month because of dealing with, preparing for the newborn, getting up to San Jose, doing all that, having the baby, getting back here, having to do all this stuff. So right now I'm just at a stage in my life where things are more slow than usual, and that's okay. I'm being very aggressive with those sim to funded tradeifys because it's just time is money, right? So, and now I realize I either got to get, like, it's going to probably the odds of getting those to a payout are going to be like 10% because I'm going to be super aggressive and try to get them. I'm either going to blow them out or I'm going to get them to a payout quickly. And, that's very risky, but I'm going to take that risk because I'm okay. I know if I blow those out and then get the growth accounts, which you have to do an eval, but like I said, I can pass evals pretty easily, very easily. So when I pass the evals, then having that growth account with the 35% consistency rule is huge, right? That's a huge difference versus a 20% consistency rule. And on the sim to funded 150K, you've got to get to $9,000 in profit, $9,100, $100 above 9 grand. On the 150K growth, not only do you have a 35% consistency rule, which is way easier than 20%, it makes a big difference, But on top of that, you only have to get to 5,100 because the drawdown is 5,000 on that. So you lose 1,000 of draw, 6,000 to 5,000. That's not a big deal. But now you only have to get $100 above that buffer, which is 5,100 bucks. And then they allow you to take the payout into the buffer for 2,500 bucks per account, as opposed to 3,000 per account for the sim to funded. So I think that that's just like a way, way easier strategy. So that's kind of how I'm looking at that. Yeah. Hey, Tim, by the way, Tim, did you hear me about Sierra? I've got the new DLLs now, so I'm working on it with Jonas, and it'll be done, sometime today. So we're getting there. Appreciate your patience. Yeah, my strategy for passing evals is that, let's say that, the growth accounts, I believe right now with 35% off, they cost, I think 220 bucks, I want to say, or something, with that 35%, right? So if they cost 230 bucks with that 35% off, then, basically if I get 5 of them for like 1,100 bucks, I'm just super aggressive on those, because especially the Tradeify growth accounts, you can pass those in 1 day, right? Which is awesome. So that's also time is money, right? So if I know I can pass them in 1 day, you can risk 37.50, which is your max daily loss on those accounts. And you got to make 9K, I think, to pass that growth, right? So that's a ratio of 2.4 to 1 in terms of the draw you have 37.50 and the target you need to reach for 9,000, right? So you need basically with commissions and whatever, you need about a 2.4, 2.4 and a half to 1 R ratio on that trade. So I just wait for a spot that I like, and I'll just risk, let's say if I do 5 contracts, well, that would give me 30 on the Nasdaq. It's $100 a point on 37.50 of draw. That'll give me 37.5 points of stop, right? And then I got to hit a 90-point winner, the 2.4 risk to reward, right? So I know that if I really, really wait and I'm patient and I pick a good spot, it's going to probably take me, sometimes I'll get it on the first try. Sometimes it'll be the second try. Sometimes it'll be the third try. Very, very rarely is it the fourth try. But I know somewhere in there, I'm going to hit that, right? So if my cost ends up being, let's say on those growth accounts, let's say I hit it like on the third try, right? If I hit it on the third try, now I've essentially spent $3,000 on those accounts, right? But they are way, way easier to get to that first payout of 2,500 bucks per account times 5 accounts, right? So they take their 10% fee. But you see what I mean, right? From a probability perspective. And then the thing with Tradeify is that once you get to that first payout, getting the next payouts becomes, exponentially easier, because you've already, built that buffer into profit, right? Does that make sense, Tim? That's kind of how I look at it. And yeah, so I'm not saying everybody should do that, but to me, that makes sense. So that's how I would approach that. So how are you guys doing this morning? It's about 9, 10 a.m. Eastern. Got some stuff going on. Yeah, Top Step is 2 days, which I like a lot. Others, I think I've never really done Take Profit Trader, but I think that they are, I think you can pass in 2 days, but then you got to flip for like 3 more days, right? With Take Profit Trader, they kind of have the same eval process as Top Step, and they even have a fixed drawdown on their evals, but then they take you to a trailing account when you go live. So that's the only reason I haven't really done take profit yet, because I just think the opportunities for me are better with Tradeify and Top Step for now. So anyways, that's where I'm at with these Tradeifys, and that's kind of how I'm looking at it. That's why I'm like, okay, well, if I be aggressive and blow them, fine, because I kind of want to. I would love to get these sim to fundeds to a payout, because if you can do that, it's great. It's just it's harder with the 20% consistency rule for sure. Oh yeah, trailing is annoying, because trailing is not really, in my view, that trailing draw is not reflective of real trading. I mean, trading is hard enough as it is. So when you got that trailing draw, I mean, that's really, really difficult to work with that, you know? So that's kind of how I view the trailing draw. So that's the situation with where I'm going with Tradeify, and I'm doing less props nowadays, just because I'm doing a lot more with my live accounts as well. Like I don't have to pay the prop firm 10%. I don't have to wait for a payout. I don't have to deal with any bullshit. But I still like the opportunity and leverage that prop firms give us. So of course, like part of my budget is, you know, going towards prop firms as well, because it's a great use of some of the capital, right? Top Step, you know, I got to get my $200 day today. It's my last one for those 3 accounts, and you know, I'll probably do that at some point today or tomorrow. I'm not going to rush. It's the last day. You know, you want to be smart about that when you're on your last day. But once I get those $200 days for those 3 accounts, I'll put in about a $9,000 payout request for Top Step, you know, tonight, hopefully, maybe tomorrow. And then I'll have $9,000 left in those XFAs that I can then trade a bit more freely. I'm always more conservative when it comes to the first payout, because I want to lock in that first payout and get that monkey off my back, and then it's a little bit easier to swing freely, you know, once you've gotten that first payout, if you guys know what I mean. So that's kind of the way that I look at that. And like I explained to you yesterday, like where I'm at on my growth trajectory is I'm slowly learning how to, you know, take much bigger swings, but also be smart while I'm doing it, because I'm often not very smart while I'm doing it. I have this thing in me where when I increase size, you would think that I would get more focused, but I actually just get more loose. So I'm much more focused when I'm like, you know, hitting my base hits, doing my thing. But when I increase size, I get a little too loose. And I'm working on, you know, not doing that, because, you know, I want to go from a solid annual mid 6-figure trader. I want to get, you know, very, very much up into the 7 figures every year. And that's, you know, that requires, you've got to increase your size or you're not going to get there, right? And it's mentally, it's hard to increase size. You know, it takes a lot of practice. It's not the easiest thing in the world. So. Just give me a sec here. All right. So sorry, I was just managing some live trades over there. You know, I do stuff over here as well, guys, sometimes that I'm not like, that's why I'm a little distracted sometimes. I'm dealing with Jonas. I've got some stuff I'm managing. I'm trying to live stream, so I'm incorporating all this stuff with you guys. Earlier, when just prior to our stream, I just opened up a little trade here and went short down to there and covered, and I didn't make much. I made like $1,000 on my live account, but you know, it's buy some groceries. Not many groceries here in Costa Rica, but it buys some groceries. People are like, hey, Costa Rica is cheap, huh? How do you like living there? I'm like, I'm from Los Angeles and Costa Rica is more expensive. They're like, what? Doesn't make sense. Anyway, you guys got any questions? Let me know how it's going. So I think what I'm going to do today, let me know if you guys got any questions. What I'm going to do today, which would be pretty cool, speaking of being aggressive with the Tradeifys, is that essentially I made a little back on that gold drop. I wish I would have made more, but you know, yesterday I got smoked on my Tradeifys. I lost, I built up like 6-7 grand in profit on those 5 sim to fundeds, halfway to the 15K I need to get to, you know, because they got the 20% consistency rule, right? So then and then I came in with this, I'm going to be super aggressive, and it was just the wrong price action on the Nasdaq to be super aggressive. But on the gold drop last night, even though you guys killed it, I was late to the party with Lily, didn't get my order filled, got a little back. So where I'm at with the Tradeifys is, you know, I've got different, I'm looking at it over here. I've got different balances on the different accounts, but probably, you know, like on some of the accounts. So like in one account here, I've got about 4,500 in profit. In the other account, for some reason, this one account is extra low. There's only 3,100 in profit in that second account. And then I've got 3,600 in the other 3 accounts, right? So, you know, the average is whatever that is. It doesn't really matter. So let's say like 3,500, something like that. And right now on the day, so right now and this is like prop education for you guys too, right? We're not just looking at the markets, it's prop education. And the reason I'm going over this stuff right now is because I think the day in general it's going to be a day, you know, we'll see what sets up, but I think it's going to be an interesting day. So I'm not in a rush. But basically, if I've got 600 in profit right now, because I gave some back, you know, I set my stop once I was in, and whatever, it's fine. I wish I would have made more. I didn't. So 600 in profit. My largest day so far on these Tradeifys is 2,900 bucks in profit, right? So that's what makes that consistency rule such a pain in the ass, is now you got to do 2,900 times 5 because it's 20%. You got to get up to 15 grand, right? But I'm willing to raise that consistency rule a little bit if I have to, maybe up to 3,500. We'll see, or maybe I'll just keep it at 3,000. So I say all that because I've got, let's say on my average draw, because remember the draw is trailing on these on an end of day close basis, right? So let's say my average draw, well, let's say we have to go off the draw of the lowest account, because that's kind of what I'm copy trading them. So that'd be 3,100 bucks that I have to risk. And I'm up 600 today. I would kind of need to make about, let me see exactly what I'm, yeah, 605 and 72 cents. So I have to make about 2,400 bucks. So my plan today with these Tradeifys is that I'm going to risk 3,100 probably at some point, maybe live on stream with you guys, to make 2,400. And if I do that, the loss that I had yesterday would be filled in with my $3,000 win today, which would be nice. And then I'd be back to almost halfway. Whereas if I blow it, I can quickly get the growth accounts and get going on those. And I really don't doubt that I'm going to get those to pay out. So maybe we'll take that today. And the reason that I'm doing this, I'm not encouraging you guys to do this, but I'm doing it because I've got a track record of getting an enormous amount of payouts. I don't even know, I know the rough number in payouts in terms of what I've gotten. I don't know how many actually individual payouts that is. I mean, it's probably 40 or 50 payouts, something like that. Maybe I don't know. So basically, so I kind of thought about it last night. I was like, well, yeah, it's risky because I could lose these, but it's not going to bother me if I lose them. And it's easier to try and grind away and make, 500 here and 1,000 here. I'd rather like use a wide stop, take my, in this case, $3,100 in risk that I've got. And then if I only need to make 2,400, the odds are pretty good, especially if I try to pick a good spot, right? If you've got 3,300 to risk and you only need to make 2,400. So we'll see if we do that on stream today. Does that make sense to you guys? Like when I talk about how I view prop firms, I don't really hear a lot of people out there on YouTube talking about it the way I talk about it. And I think the way I view it makes a lot of sense. And I'd be curious if you guys feel that way also. If number one, do other people talk about it like this? I don't see that. And number two, does it make sense to you? Because it makes a lot of sense to me, but I'm just, little old me in my own little head. And let me know if you guys got questions as well. So let's go ahead and start. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably risk. Do you guys want to see me? I've got the Tradefies open on my other screen. Do you guys want to, once we find a market where we're like, all right, we're going to take this trade and take some risk. The reason I don't do that is because I'm in a different situation and I don't want you guys to be like, oh, Andy's going all in now, I'm going to go all in. Don't do that, right? Because I've got different things going on. But let me know. I can open Tradeify over here. Let me just see if I can do that. 1 second. And then I'll read your questions and all that kind of stuff. Let's see. Got a very nice message from Aaron Lucci, or Lucy, our buddy Aaron Trades. So he's doing well, and I got to get back to him. And then I think I told you guys that our in-house, so guys, I call Aaron the commodity. He's Canadian Aaron, and then Aaron Lucy is Australian Aaron. That's how I keep track of my Aaron buddies. But so Aaron the commodity, he is going to go back on Top Step TV. I think on the 6th. Aaron, if you're listening, let me know. Otherwise, I'll confirm that. But that's going to be really cool. That'll be good exposure as well for VolPro Edge. So I'm excited about that. Okay, so let me see here. Get back to my live streaming. So that'll be fun. That's nice. And then I'm at some point soon I'll go on Aaron's Top Step TV show, Australian Aaron Lucy. But I gotta land more. Like I can't be up all night, and then so it's got to be like the right day. You know what I mean? All right. So let's see here. Yeah. So basically, over here, can you guys see that there? I think you can. I can see it on my screen. So you can see. Okay, thanks, Jose. So you can see on this account here, the copy trader in the beginning kind of messed up. So that they should all have, almost 4,500 in profit, but they don't. So the lowest account. So as you see, I'm up about 600 today. It's because I had some break evens on gold. I trailed my stop on some. Anyways, I got a little bit. I missed the big drop, so that's just what happens. But so on account number 11, that's the one I got about 3,100 in. So that's how I got to base the draw there. And then account number 12, you can see I got about 3,600 almost. And then 13 is the same, 3,500. And then 14, 3,500. So those are those accounts right there. So what I'm kind of thinking of is that we will, you guys ask any questions you have. Let me know if you want me to look any markets, but I'm going to start scanning based on the alerts. So you can see up here when new alerts come in. So we've had an alert for gold at 9:22. This is all Eastern time. So let's look at gold. All right. So it's trending up, right? Okay. Look, super strong reversal here on gold, right? So this is this is my whole point of what I went over earlier. Do I know that this is going to happen before the day starts? No. I mean, we had a really good idea that we were going to open and dump, and we did, and that was awesome, especially for you guys who took advantage of it. Proud of you guys. So, but now this is kind of like natural gas yesterday, right? If we open natural gas here. Oh, and by the way, I've got, the higher time period volume chart is the focus, because I don't want to let the tail wag the dog. I can still get caught letting the tail wag the dog. Like Nasdaq yesterday, the lower time period was a little bit of the tail wagging the dog, right? Whereas I want to bring up the lower time period once the higher time period has confirmed a trade that I like. And then yes, I will use the lower time period with the higher time period. But I like having this because the weekly, daily, and higher time period volume chart kind of keeps me back and focused. Do you guys know what I mean with that? So So now this is like natural gas yesterday, where if we bring up natural gas here, look, huge outside bar reversal. Well, is this what, I didn't know this was going to happen, but like I said earlier, well, when that gas starts trending down and then pulls back, I mean, that's a good short right there, that if we're scanning this, we're going to take that short, right? So basically gold today, okay, we got pinged on gold. Yeah, we're trending straight up. I mean, we're setting up for an outside reversal. Are we going to go back up to 33.80? I mean, I don't know, maybe. 33.60 certainly looks in play. That's up to the congestion DML right there, envelope top on the daily. And you got the peak of the envelope here. That's coming across right in there, 33.60. That's also right up in here, that weekly level. So, it looks to me like these shorts are stuck and we're probably headed back up to 33.60. So with gold now, I'm not going to get in here. You guys can if you want, but if the market gives us a gift and we get a nice little pullback like this, yeah, I mean, especially to these broken DMLs now, these are now support, those daily DMLs. They were resistance. They're now support. So if we get a pullback there, do I want to buy that? Yes, I do, right? So now we know what's going on with gold, right? We know what we want to do. So we came into the day with a game plan, and you've got to use that game plan. You've got to use the end of day analysis, but you also got to adjust to what's going on in the day. You've got to be proactive. So let me know if that makes sense to you guys. Makes sense to me. So that was gold. Let's look at Dow. We missed an alert. I was talking 923. We're not going to miss any more alerts. So look, I mean, huge reversal here on the indices. I mean, straight up, straight back down. So, if we got to push back up in here to get short, we had a good pattern, maybe. Let's look at Nat Gas. So look, Nat Gas, right? So imagine, look at this price action on Nat Gas today, right? Imagine looking through all these markets, and then you look at this shitty price action on Nat Gas and go, you know what? I'm going to sit and trade this market because that just looks awesome. That's essentially what I did yesterday with Nasdaq, which is, not good. So I think that illustrates the point nicely. So we'll move on from natural gas. So let's look at heating oil. Okay, well, look, heating oil is collapsing nicely. So it could get into a trend run. See if we get anything. So I would ask myself on this particular ping right here. Okay, we're at the extension there on the daily. That's true. But look what we're coming out of. This is why you don't want to round trip it, because all those longs are not, this is not good. You don't want to be going long down here, right? So we'll wait on natural gas. Let's look. And I'm also on markets where I don't have a clear read in the end of day analysis. Obviously, going to exercise more caution on those markets. So let's look at the Russell. We just got pinged. So look, huge. I mean, this was insanity. The Russell just went straight up. And look at the Russell yesterday. I mean, this was just abysmal. Anyways, now it's just straight back down. So that was the Russell. Right at the open there. Nice little pullback on the Russell in the trend down. That happened right at open, so probably wouldn't have been able to take that. But something like that, we're trending down there. The Russell gives us a pullback. That could have been a short, but at the open, I don't want to mess with that, especially we've already come quite a long way. Let's look at gasoline. So gasoline's collapsing. And then you can also get a sense when you're scrolling through like this, you can get a sense of what the market's doing. Well, with these huge outside reversals on gasoline, risk is off right now, big time, right? Big risk off. Let's look at wheat, and then we got silver and then cattle. So here's wheat. And by the way, a lot of alerts are going off right now because the grains just reopened. The meet's just opened. It's the opening of the indices. So it's not going to be like this, it's like bing, bing, bing. It's usually pretty orderly bings. And then, we get these good opportunities that just come to us. So looking at wheat, there's wheat. Do I want to mess with wheat? Oh, look at that price action. That looks beautiful. No, it looks terrible. So let's not do anything with wheat. Let's go look at silver because we got pinged. Okay. So silver is about, see, the idea is to catch these before they happen. So silver is about to close here, trending up. Yeah, that's a pullback there, but do I want to take that? I mean, silver could continue going back up, but I think silver is going to be caught between the crosshairs today because, if the indices are selling off and it's risk off, silver could round trip it back down. That's my sense of it. This could go up or down. I'm not sure. So then I don't want to do anything on silver, right? I want to take the trades where when I flop to that chart, I look, I go, okay, bang. That's a trade I want to take, right? So silver, it's hard to say what it's doing here. Let's look at live cattle. So there's the opening first bar of cattle. Nothing I want to do there. And I do have the high and low of the day on because especially when you're looking for, like if you're going with a trend run, then, it's fine. For example, on crude, sorry, what was the one? Natural gas was collapsing. Remember, that was a good example here yesterday. So when you're going with a trend run like this, okay, then it doesn't really matter as much if you're at the high or lower day, but I like reversals a lot. And if you're going to take reversals, the smartest place to take them is up and around the high of day or down and around the low of day, right? So that's why I have the high of day there and the low of day, because that's where you can really catch one that runs that you can add to. Did you get short, Adam? Is that why you're going few? So here is soybean oil. So look, soybean oil is collapsing. Just straight. So like, could I have known that this huge thing with the federal court and then the White House tonight, could I have known that that was going to throw turmoil into the markets? Of course not. We've got our roadmap, which is beautiful and gave us some great shots at the open. But now this market's going to develop today the way it's going to be developing, right? So let's take advantage of it no matter where it happens. So that was soybean oil. I don't want to do anything right there. Let's look at, we've got the Russell again. All right, so not doing anything. I can't explain on every one why I'm not doing anything, okay? I'm just going to look at them. And when we do something, that's when I'll get into the deep explanation. Let's look at gold, and then we'll look at crude. Okay, so gold is about to close. Wait, why is gold? I have a, oh no, that's GF, sorry. That it's not gold. We got to look at feeder cattle. All right, so there's feeder cattle. That could be an exhaust for a short. I don't want to take it just because, feeder cattle's not really like my bread and butter, and I want it to look really good if I'm going to take it. But let's just see what happens. You're at high a day. You're into a lot of daily DMLs. I'm not going to take it, but that could drop. Let's look at crude. So now crude is just going straight. I mean, look at these markets, guys. Like, we're really lucky to have VolPro Edge and to have each other to, go over all these things with. I'm going to guess that other Discords who use, typical technical analysis, I don't think they're doing that well. I mean, this is not easy to read. Thankfully we're reading it. So crude trending down. Okay, do I just want to jump on this trend? I don't, because I'd rather wait for a pullback, right? So you can see here, these are the kinds of trades. Like, I wasn't up at this time, but look, guys, beautiful flash pattern, right? Beautiful. 1, 2, 3, right? This closes down. underneath the live oncoming middle of the envelope, you know, you tag the high a day, that's not a bad place to take some risk on crude up there, right? Because you've got the pattern matching the high of day. You got a lot of weekly resistance there. That's why I wanted to watch. I want to make sure I know where I'm at on the weekly, right? It's really important. So we just got pinged on Hogs. So Hogs has a nice short pattern here on the daily. I mean, that could be a 2-bar exhaust. To be honest, I'd like to see a bit more volume there. But so that's not a bad short pattern potentially on Hogs, okay? So if we were to try to push a little higher to yesterday's high up here, right? And then let's say the intraday chart would give a flash up here for a reversal, I would be open to shorting some Hogs. And that's not because I don't like bacon. So this is where we're just scanning through. You guys like this? I like this. I think it's more fun. It gives more opportunities. It's using VolPro Edge to the max. And then we're not sitting staring at, you know, a crappy market when there's no need to. So Adam, no, I'm already out. All right, you told me, Adam. Got a max on one of my combines. So halfway on 2 again. Great job, buddy. Awesome. And Cam, did I miss Cam, I think I missed. So that 6K that you made, Cam, was on a XFA, right, dude? I think so. I see the yeah up there. I just don't know if that was in, I think Lily interrupted me right around that time. If so, buddy, that's just incredible, dude. You've got the best part-time job on your baseball team, but Luke's going to be coming for you. I don't know if Luke's here, but you're going to have a competition between Cam and Luke. Who's the highest earner on the baseball team? Oh, cool. Okay, great. So basically you had a fresh XFA and you went big on that gold drop, capitalized on it, and now you just got to get your $200 days, right? Dude, I'm so proud of you, man. That is awesome. That was a great, great time to go big. I would have done something similar if my XFAs were, you know, had I taken, I just didn't want to risk like the $9,000 payout I'm about to take, which is why I didn't touch those. Yeah, exactly, Luke. Okay, you are here. Good to see you, buddy. So Luke and Cam are going to be taking Top Step to the wheelhouse all summer. Me too, hopefully. As soon as I can get my nanny. That'll help. All right, so now you see the alerts are slowing down. We're chill, we're waiting. So then, all right, now I was just going to say, we can look at the Nasdaq while we wait for more alerts, but the Nasdaq actually alerted us. Boom. The Dow just alerted us. Okay, so look, Nasdaq tanking. I mean, look, guys, the Nasdaq could go back down to the lows from yesterday. I mean, this could be a huge outside reversal, potentially, right? So now the Nasdaq is moving, right? If this thing starts to trend down and we get one of these wild pullbacks and we get a beautiful pocket, right? We get it into an extension and we're looking at that going, oh boy, we've got to short that. Bang. Then we'll jump on board the Nasdaq. Let's look at the Dow. Let me know if you guys got any questions. I'm pretty fired up this morning, as you can tell. It's because I woke up at 4 a.m. Because I was thinking about all this before I went to bed last night. And then this morning at 4, I woke up and I was just like laying there thinking about like, okay, like why was I so set on the Nasdaq yesterday? And yeah, sometimes those good realizations come. All right, so now we got the Dow here trending down. Look, the Dow's already at the lows from yesterday almost. So Nasdaq could catch down. Here's the Russell. The Russell's just absolutely collapsing. Just waiting for some kind of a pullback. Like I said on the Russell, that wasn't a bad one there, but we were chatting and it was the open. It's fine. There's going to be lots of opportunities on different markets every day, all day. Let's look at feeder cattle again. Okay, so I'm glad I didn't, see, I didn't take that exhaust, and now it's pushing higher. Great. So now I'll just let this do what it's going to do. That's why I'm going to look at things and be like, that could be an exhaust, but I'm looking where it is. And no, I want to try and take, the setups that just jump out to me. It basically, the way I work, I know VolPro Edge so well that when the setup is there and it jumps out at me, I don't really have to spend too much time hemming and hawing about whether or not it's a good trade. Then I know it's a good trade. If I start to hem and haw, I'm like, I'll pass. Because then I know if it requires a lot of extra thought, there's no point. Let's look at soybeans, and then we'll look at bonds. Soybeans are collapsing. We'll wait and see what happens there. Let's look at bonds. So, I mean, the support zone on the bonds that we drew out, pretty good, right? Can't trade bonds on. So right now I'm stalking for this Tradeify trade to go big, in front of all of you. Just because I was going to do it anyway, so might as well do it here on stream, right? So I'm going to try and just pick the one trade. Of course, I can't trade bonds on Tradeify anyways, but I wouldn't trade right now. This could have been a good, you see, I wasn't awake at this time, but since bonds, we had our zone, and we like the support here a lot. We're coming out of all this support on the weekly flash, right? So then here, right when that starts to push up off the daily low and you're back inside our support zone, that is a lovely trade on bonds, right? And this is where the algos are going to be fucking massive, but I'm working on those. So let's look at corn. So I think corn is setting up a potentially fantastic swing trade for the end of the month, based on, the end of day analysis, how the monthly's looking, all that kind of stuff. All right, Adam, I'll see you, buddy. So corn here, the question is, remember, these alert us ahead of time. That's the whole point, right? So I have the alert set. I may have to give us a little more time, but then it gives time to switch the DOM, get the symbol. So do I want to short corn right there? Not really. I mean, it is trending down nicely. It's a nice little pullback, but you see, I don't like that this VolPro Edge reaction level is below us. I would prefer if that was like that above us, right? Not to say it's not going to drop. That's just how I am. Let's look at ES. We're getting pinged. All right. So ES, I don't want to do anything on that. I think it's going to drop, but I would rather see if we couldn't get, something like that to go like that. And if that doesn't happen, that's okay, because there'll be another market that gives us something, right? So now we just wait to get pinged. Let's go ahead and clear our alerts. So now we'll see what the next, oh, there's Russell 2000. Isn't this great, guys? This is what I should have been doing yesterday, but I was just so set that the Nasdaq should go up. And that's, that was my bias. So Russell, I don't want to take that. Look, it's a pocket. You want to take the pocket there against all that? No. Might go up, might go down. Who knows? Here is live cattle. This is going to close here shortly. Do I have a pattern there? Not really. So I don't want to take that. Let's wait for the next signal. What are you guys seeing across your charts? Anything of interest? While I get some water. Might get a cup of OJ soon. So just waiting to see if you guys have any comments or questions. How is the mic volume better now that I have it elevated? It's closer to my mouth. Does it help? And I am talking extra loud, which kind of makes my voice go, but it's fine. I don't know why the the bass volume on the HyperX Quadcast. It's supposed to be a good mic, but like I have to be right on it for it to be good. Like I would prefer a mic where I could be like a foot away and it's fine. So we're waiting for the next alert. There it is, soybean meal. So you've got a little bit of a flash there on the daily soybean meal. But see, I think we talked about we're in the middle of this weekly range on soybean meal. So I don't know what's going on with that. Because there are, like, look at the market's job is to take your money, you guys. Oh, the mic is good. Thanks, Luke. I appreciate that. The market's job is to take your money, right? So there are going to be tons and tons of things that look enticing. Your job is to, have the knowledge of VolPro Edge, and then have the discernment to stay patient and wait for the really, really good setups. And that's what I didn't do yesterday with the Nasdaq. I was too set on my bias yesterday, and that doesn't happen to me very often, but yesterday it did. And I think it has to do with my life with the new baby and everything. No excuses, but I have to work harder to focus now because I'm distracted with other things. And then it's easier to get off. So that's also a key point about trading, guys. Like look at your life and get as much in order there as you can so you can really put your focus and attention on the trading. Before the baby came, even before the end of the pregnancy came, I was doing very, very well. I'm still doing fine, but I'm looking forward to getting back to that level. And that has to do with the focus. So let's look at, well, that's soybean meal. So let's see, Ralph, you said shorted ES once it lost a key DML, took 8 points. But I mean, Ralph, 8 points is 8 points, buddy. That's fantastic. Nice job. I think this is going down. I mean, the Dow trying to get to low a day from yesterday. And I will say, like on the Nasdaq, now you can see, yeah, that weekly pocket we pulled back into did its job and drove us up. But now, with coming out of that pocket right there on the weekly, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Especially with this reversal we're seeing right here. And I think you guys are in the right place because I only see these markets getting more and more challenging to trade over the next, like basically for the rest of Trump's presidency. We're going to have a lot of stuff to deal with these tariffs. I think they're going to come, they're going to go, they're going to come, they're going to go. I think there's going to be a lot of good volatility when you know how to take advantage of it, but it's going to be challenging, I think, for most people. I'm not anticipating. I think I'm going to make more money than ever, but I think most people are going to lose a lot of money because it's not the same market we've been in, for the since COVID. This is a different market. Some people realize that, some people don't. All right, let's look at wheat. So look, this is like what we were doing on the Nasdaq yesterday. Like, why would I ever trade that kind of price action? Because of the bias. That's why it's important to try to stay bias free if you can. It's not easy. We all have our biases. We all get caught sometimes. I guess try to just get caught as little as possible. All right, so let's see. Ralph wanted to hold. Yeah, well, Ralph, I mean, holding is hard, man. Holding is hard for me. I'd be a lot richer if I fucking held every time I should have held. So I'm working on holding and I'm working on adding, right? Like that's really important. Hold number one, add number two. And that's primarily why I have these lower time period charts, to know when to add. So let's look at the Russell. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a bounce here on the Russ. We're not at, what's that low a day? Oh, that's where we opened. Oh yeah, we're probably going back there. I might have to take the Russ here, guys. Let's see. I may not do like one big trade. Come on, Russell, load. It's not a bad pullback. I don't mind it. I think it could drop. I'm not going to take it. And the reason is because, yeah, I think it's going to drop. I do. And I might be being a little bit of a wuss here, but to be honest, okay, you got that resistance there, and that's good, but you're above that. But that is a zone right there. But the thing I don't like about this the most is that the VolPro reaction level is way down here, right? So that's why I'm not going to short that pullback. Well, there you go, guys, right? Who knows what's going to happen here? And this might collapse, but it's just, I want the trades that, like, I get in on the trade like this, like it just starts going down. Like, I don't want it to push up first. So I could see the Russell going down from here for sure, but I'm not going to take it because of that VolPro reaction level, right? You guys get me on that? Like, so we don't know these indices. This may want to go up here. I want to wait for a good short. Like gold last night here, this was similar, right here. I mean, you see that I was asleep at this point, but I saw it later. You see how, okay, you look at this, you'd be like, wow, gold's weak. There's a pullback. Yeah, but look how, yeah, this pocket is pretty big, but you want to look at the most recent points there and there. You're above the pocket, really. That's a resistance pocket that you're above. What does that mean? It's support. You don't want to short into support. You guys got that, right? Like, it makes sense. So I think the Russell could drop there for sure because this market is so weak. But why, if anything looks wrong with a trade, why take it? And that's one thing I'm getting used to is streaming, teaching, you know, dealing with all this other crap. Like, it's an adjustment for me to, like, while I'm teaching and streaming and talking, to still stay focused on my own stuff, which is like, Andy, you know, you make the most money when you're just picky and patient. So stay picky and patient. Like, I can still be aggressive with the tradeifys and whatever, but stay picky and patient. We should put that PP. So let's look at heating oil and copper. And look, being picky and patient doesn't mean you win every trade. You can be super picky, super patient. You're like, oh, I like that trade. Boom, you lost. Who cares? As long as it was a good trade and you do that 10 times, 5 or 6 of them will win. And if you hold and add, they're going to win a lot more than the 4 or 5 that lose. That's the name of the game. So heating oil trending down. Don't want to do anything. Copper. Copper is probably going to reverse. I mean, this is kind of, I don't want to take this reversal because I don't want to take a congestion exit trade on copper right now. Like, had this been, you know, flying up a little more orderly and then rolling over, then I'd be interested in a short because I think copper could catch down to the indices because it's an industrial metal, right? So it's probably going to get hit today. I wouldn't be surprised to see copper head a lot lower. And I'm just not the type where I want to go, oh, I'm going to short here right now. Big footprint, by the way. But shorting here, I'd have to stop it back above here. I don't want to do that, right? All right, it's 4 minutes to 10. With all the other crap going on, I forgot to even check the news. Let's see. Checking it. So it's, you know, on Thursday. We had continuing jobless claims, I guess, at 8:30. No, initial jobless. Oh, and continuing. We had core PCE. Oh, okay. That's why too, guys. The core PCE came in at 3.4% versus 2.6%. This market is going down all day, I'm pretty sure. But I'm not going to have the bias. And then at 10 a.m., we've got pending home sales. 10:30, we've got natural gas number. That can be big. Please remind me if I forget. Okay. So we've got pending home sales. David, I saw your comment, but let me just check here. Russell and soybean oil. All right, so the Russell did come back down. You know, that's fine. I had my reasons I didn't want to take it. No harm, no foul. And I'm going to call the iffy ones out to you guys. And if you feel like you want to take it, you know, go for it. Like, that's okay, but no, it's not good enough for me. Let's look at soybean oil, and then let's look at corn. All right, oil's trending down. Let's just wait. Corn, that pullback did work, even though the reaction was underneath us, but that's still okay. I don't mind that. I'm going to wait. All right. So yeah, Ralph, in terms of holding, man, it's hard. And that's what we all got to get better at, holding and adding. Gasoline, David, I'll check in a second. Hang on. Just kind of going down there. I don't want to take that. Yeah, David, I've just got, because yesterday I let the tail wag the dog a little bit too much with the Nasdaq. And I don't want to do that. I want to stay back and look for the best setups across all the markets like I intended to do. But my bias got in the way yesterday on the Nasdaq. I was so convinced it was going up, and it ultimately did. But I ended up staring at really shitty price action and getting stuck for a while. And part of that was just having that lower time period chart up, and like, so I want to have my focus on the higher time period chart intraday. And then once I see a trade I like, then I'm going to open that and then be like this, boom. Now we can use the lower time period one to execute, to you know, hold and pyramid. That's my intention with that. So they're there, but they're like a very, very sharp, what's that? What are those sushi knives called? Those sharp ones. You only want to bring them out when you really need them. So let's look at gasoline. We did. Okay, that's the ping. So we got home sales, pending home sales. That's a big announcement because the housing market, right? So that's coming out in 30 seconds. And David, the DLL, I'll have those ready later, both of them. Jonas is working on it. I was up at 4 in the morning talking to him. Let's look at hogs. So that's that exhaust I talked about on hogs. This could cause some downward pressure, but I would, you know, again, this is a little bit too congesty for me. I would rather see something, you know, like that. Guys, yesterday, if we're following hogs, I can pretty much guarantee you I'm taking that flash. Look, it's right at the extension high of day. Obviously, we're shorting hogs. But I was, you know, dicking around with the Nasdaq. So, yeah, it's all good, buddy. Glad you're here. All right, so that's hogs. So this is the kind of stuff, like, if I'm like this on the Nasdaq, how do I know that hogs is giving a perfect flash? You know, just beautiful. I don't even know what the tick value is on hogs. I don't even care. I would just open up hogs, like, okay, put on a few contracts and see what happens. Those are the ones we're waiting for when it's like, wow. And by making sure we don't miss an alert, we will get those every day. There are several really good trades on, if we look at all these markets every single day, in addition to the end of day analysis and the calls we make based on what we think is going to happen, you know, at the open throughout the day. This is just giving that, you know, we're really able to follow everything here. And with the alerts and all the tabs up here, I think it's really easy. To be honest, I think doing this for me is way more fun and way easier, because when you're staring at, for me, when I'm staring at the Nasdaq, I'm like, it's like you can tend to try to force something that's not there. Can you guys relate to that? Like forcing something that's not there? Look at nat gas. So we had pending sales. We'll see what that did to the indices. So we got crude oil and nat gas. So nat gas, I mean, Look at that price action. Nice that we're, not myopically staring at nat gas today. So we get crude. So crude's just collapsing, which makes sense. You've got this big risk off. You've got inflation hot, the core PCE coming in really hot. I mean, crude's not going to like that. That means higher for longer with the Fed. Yeah, it's definitely it's definitely the best approach, Ralph, for sure. And I know that the track record will prove that out over the next few months as I stick to my plan. I think yesterday would have been a fantastic day had I just not, been so married to the Nasdaq. And if it sounds like I'm being hard on myself, I'm really not. I'm just, this is how I reflect and learn and be like, hey, don't do that. So here's live cattle. We're just trending up. Not really a whole lot I need to do there. Let's look at feeder cattle. Same thing. These are going to be correlated. So we'll start to see correlations as well. Like, when feeder cattle is giving a good signal, we take a look at live cattle and maybe live cattle leading, down, and then feeder, so just like we have sometimes with the Nasdaq and the Dow and all that. So let's look at the Nasdaq while we're waiting for our next alert, whatever that's going to be. I mean, we could still have quite a ways to go with the Nasdaq, guys. I mean, we could potentially be headed down to 21,300, which would be a 500 point, 600 point reversal. I mean, I could see that. This market is very, very weak. So for those of you who really want to just stare at the Nasdaq, go ahead and get out your lower time period chart and just wait for congestion pullbacks, like that trend trading video I did for you guys. Just do that. Because this looks like it's just going down. All right, silver. Yeah, so see, it's all about avoiding the traps. I'm glad I didn't take that silver pullback, because the reason I didn't take that, look what you're coming out of, a flash. And, the congestion support level didn't hold there, so it broke down lower. Why would it hold here? Now, would I want to short that? No, but I certainly didn't want to long it. And now silver's kind of in the middle of the range. Let's wait. Let's look at the Russell. I mean, look at this on the Russell, guys. This is a mess. That's from the pending home sales, right? So I don't feel the need to do anything there with the Russell. And if you guys are scanning through and you're seeing anything on your charts, let me know. It's all good. In the hood. I got these mosquito bites. Oh, man. Are any of you O positive blood type like me? My wife is like A or something. I don't even know. She does not get a single bite. And if I'm on the beach around sunset having a cigar, I mean, I get about 5 of them on each lower leg every single time. And here in Costa Rica, they must be tiny. I don't even see them. Might be a good time to get my $200 day. I'm just going to open it over here. Give me a sec, guys. All right, we're getting pinged. We don't want to miss anything. I heard ding dong. Okay, the Dow, we got pinged. Just straight down. I'm waiting for a pullback or something. If you want to join the party, feel free. Don't let me stop you. Nasdaq, straight down. I mean, we're going down, baby. Downtown. So, I mean, NASDAQ trend down. Wow, look at that. I mean, I would just wait for like a violent pullback. ES, straight down, just waiting. So we'll just watch NQ while we're waiting. And guys, there's just so much more I'm going to share with you guys like over the next few months. It's going to be fun with the algos too. All right, let me get some OJ. Let me know up here. You guys can see if the markets, I'm going to run because I don't want to miss anything. Let me know if anything pings. All right, do we get the Russell? Is that what we got here? All right, so just waiting for a pullback that I like. I mean, right now, all these broken DMLs on the daily at 21.6, you know, this is, I don't know if we'll get up there, but that would be, you know, because if this bounces like that, these longs that are offside are going to try to get out of their positions if it bounces. I mean, they're probably already getting out as that's accelerating the drop, but I'd be looking for something like that potentially. I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is straight down. Yeah. So how are you guys doing today? Everybody. Not just with your trading, but personally. That OJ is good. Wow. Very nice. I don't know where it's from. I got to check. Might be Spanish, OJ, David. Zuma de naranja de España. I'm getting better. All right, we're just waiting for signals, guys. I'm being patient. I made a little bit of money on my live account with gold last night. Made a little bit of money with my live account on Nasdaq this morning. Waiting to see what I want to do with these Tradeifys. If I see a good setup, I'll just, you know, take some good risk. Gonna maybe, if I see something I like, I try and get my $200 days. Getting better. No, I'm a long way off, man. What's up, Todd? I haven't seen you in a while, man. Where you been? Have you been lurking? Have you been busy with other things? I was away too. I didn't stream for a little while because the new little baby came. I mean, I think we're going for an outside bar here on the Nasdaq, Collapse City. I kind of feel like we're going down. If we take out that low, I mean, I know you got the extension there, but I wouldn't bet on that. I think we're could go down here. I really do. I mean, this thing, look, it just cannot catch a bid, right? We got pinged on wheat. Wheat was choppy. Yeah. So do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to keep repeating it because this is how I learn myself. I have to learn through repetition. This is exactly what the freaking NASDAQ looked like yesterday. So can you imagine in hindsight, like once you're out of the fog of, you know, the bias and you just look at that and go, why would I ever get involved in that? Nice. Well, I'm glad to have you lurking, Todd. Glad you're here. All right, so let's see what else we're gonna get pinged for. Oh, busy. Okay, I thought you were buying stuff. Cool, busy and lurking. Nice. Okay, let's look at soybeans for the soy boys. Okay, like I don't know if this closes, not telling me much. Oh yeah, gold's eating it up big time. Okay, so Bill is going to look to sell gold at 33.50 to 65. I'll take a look. Let me just check my live cattle. Okay, so live cattle, you can see you got some resistance up here on live cattle. And see on my other screen over here, one of them, that's where now I have the higher time period, so I can easily just quickly load live cattle and then see, you know, where we are on the monthly and all that. And that determines the probabilities of these trades. So you're getting a little bit of a flash up here, but it's not like a steep flash, and you're not really leaning against anything. So I wouldn't do anything there on cattle in terms of a reversal just yet. So let's go look at gold. So Bill, sell gold 33.50, 33.65. I mean, look, I don't want to, you got to do what you got to do. And I am not right all the time. I just look at that and it's just heading up and also all these shorts trap. But look, that doesn't mean that it, you know, won't do that and then go like that. So I think if you want to sell it and you've got your reasons for doing that, Bill, then, you know, have at it. Let's look at heating oil. Wow, just collapse. The collapse is real. Nothing I want to do there though. Let's look at the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ trying to do a little push. We'll see. We just got to be patient on the NASDAQ. So yeah, I mean, there's resistance up there. It kind of looks like gold might be wanting to put in an outside bar. I mean, but you know, these market, it depends also on the, right? Because it depends on your time frame, you know. Are you looking to just get a quick little scalp, or, you know, are you looking for the high a day and you want to hold back down all day? These are all the nuances, right? that go into taking a trade. Okay, we got feeder cattle. Yeah, so I mean, feeder cattle's. I mean, we're pretty overextended on the cattle market, to be honest. Live cattle and feeder cattle. The monthly is pretty overextended. I mean, it could go higher, obviously, but the weekly's moved into the envelope. So there could definitely be some resistance up in here on feeder cattle. Like if we were to get a big flash up in here somewhere, potentially. I mean, I would throw a contract on my Tradeifys. I haven't even looked at the point value for feeder cattle, but I'll find out by trading it, right? So we got the Russell and Platinum. Wow, Platinum's been quiet. That's weird. Maybe my Platinum, let's look at the Russ. Okay, straight down on the Russ. Let's look at Platinum. I wonder if my Platinum, this must be off. Let me check the volume. 30, no, Platinum's 3,800. That's, it's just been not a lot of volume for Platinum. So, I mean, that's a pretty nice flash right there on Platinum from earlier. I mean, but it's kind of benefiting from a flight to safety, a little bit like gold. This could roll over. I could see Platinum doing that potentially. I could maybe short some Platinum. That pocket's a little steep for that, but let's look at, well, let's look at soybeans, oil. Okay, I don't want to do anything on oil. Let's look at silver. So silver's kind of, reversing down, but gold's pushing higher. Copper is true industrial. That's why that's, remember what I said there with copper, probably, going, but Platinum, would I want to short that? I don't think so. I mean, it could be coming out of a nice flash there, but you are overextended on the weekly Platinum, but Platinum's pretty bullish overall, so I want to be careful. I would have liked this better on Platinum. But you see, a lot of these good moves happen right in Asia or London, like late Asia or London. So Nasdaq tried to bounce, just got shut down, but I'm kind of waiting for a little bit of a bigger bounce. It may or may not come. Certainly at least a decent bounce on the lower time period would be nice. Oh yeah, big trap. Yeah, thanks, Todd. Well, the end of day analysis that I posted for everybody last night, we called for the indices long right at the open and gold short, and a lot of people did very well with that on that initial push up, which is fantastic. But now, yeah, coming into New York, it's like, whoa, things are collapsing. Reversal, outside reversal. So we got gasoline just straight down. This is all due to inflation. That's core CPE. I mean, we got like a tornado. It's like a shitstorm for risk today, which is good. Copper is coming down there. It wasn't bad here. It wasn't bad. I just didn't like coming out of the congestion. I would have preferred more like, yeah, it's all right. If I'm going to do a reversal, I kind of like when the market is trending into the reversal that I want to take, right? Because then more people can be trapped. That's how I like it. I can't even believe I have all this energy today from getting up at 4 in the morning. Maybe I'm just like, sometimes you don't get a lot of sleep and then you have like that energy. I don't know. It's weird. All right. So Nasdaq. Just kind of heading down. I'm just multitasking here, guys. About to take out the low of day again. But I'm still just, let's see it bounce a little bit. So we've got the nat gas number, guys, in 8 minutes. Let's remember that. It's the nat gas, stocks change once a week. And then we've got crude oil. This is the EIA. Crude oil at noon, the stocks change. Gasoline stocks change at noon. A lot of energy numbers coming out today. A 7-year note auction at 1 p.m. The 10-year note auction is important. The 30-year note auction is important. Okay, so that's that. All right, let's see what we got cooking. David, are you still here? The Spanish grammar perplexes me. I should know it better growing up in Southern California, but Spanish is just, I found it easier to learn Swedish than Spanish. I don't know why. Maybe I was a Viking warlord in previous life. All the Swedish, just the Old Norse came back. Because I found Swedish, for whatever reason, incredibly easy to learn. And everybody's like, oh, Swedish is a really hard language. I'm like, I don't know why. It wasn't for me. But Spanish is hard. So it's not like I'm not like gifted with languages or anything. All right, what we get alerted for? Ultra bonds. Oh, God, this was our level for end of day analysis. Ultra bonds, crushing it, support. But to be fair, the buy was late Asia, early London, back down in here. Anyways, I just love to see it working. Let's look at the Russell. The Russell's, I mean, guys, the Russell could be headed down to 2040 today. I mean, all these small businesses in the Russell, I mean, I think I read a statistic, like half of them or more are actually pretty fucking bankrupt. And if rates stay high and the funding dries up, a lot of these companies in the Russell 2000 are just not in good shape. Yeah, that's true, David. I know. People say Swedish is really hard. I find Spanish harder. I just don't get it. I found German easier than Spanish. Isn't that weird? Maybe I just find the Germanic languages easier. I don't know why than the Latin languages. Oh yeah, oil is a strong outside day. I mean, all these things are right now. Pretty much everything's going down except gold, right? So we got corn. Little pop here on corn. So it's like, okay. I'm going to leave corn alone. That's pretty congesty. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if inflation's going to remain elevated, that's this trade today, right? Elevated inflation. So the Fed has to stay higher for longer. The markets aren't going to like that. The economy's not going to like that. So oil won't like that. Maybe eventually with like stagflation, I could see oil dropping, to 50, and then maybe after that, could have a huge run, but that's more of like a macro view. Let's look at the Nasdaq while we wait. All right, there is hogs. I was like, there is hogs. Well, is that correct grammar? I think it is, right? Because I'm talking about the market, not like, oh, there is 5 hogs. Then I have to say there are hogs. So let's look. So hogs. Now let's look at cattle. Okay, we're gunning up here. So cattle could give us some kind of an overextended flash that we may short. We may short some cattle up here, you guys, because this is a nice trend run. Everything else is dropping. So if we get up here and get a nice flash and I see something I like, I don't know, I could potentially risk very small to try to make some money on cattle. We'll see. So NQ trying to get a little bit of a bounce. Just got to shake some people out first. We're waiting. Guys, you can always see, if you're ever wondering how many contracts we're looking at, up here, this is 50,000 contracts. So each one of these bars is worth 50,000 Nasdaq contracts. So we're charting volume. And then, of course, we have VolPro Edge overlaid onto the volume, right? The volume bar charts. So if you ever want to see, because I use different charts for different markets because they don't all have the same daily volume, right? And then if you want to see how many contracts have traded on this current bar, you just look down here. Volume, 29,847. So then you know you've still got about 20,000 contracts to go until you reach 50,000 contracts. So this will close in 20,000 contracts. The VolPro Edge indicators are adjusting as we're moving forward in time. All right, let's look at gold. We just got an alert. We'll wait on cattle. We might get short some cattle. Let's look at gold. So Bill's looking good. I think Bill wanted to short 45. Was that right, Bill? Right up in here. I hope you did, Bill. That's what I said. Don't listen to me. If you shorted, man, good job. I'm kind of waiting for a pullback. If we pull back on gold here, I think we got to get long, because I don't think it's like it's going to be like a liquidity event where gold is going to end this day down. What do you guys think about that? Let's put our minds together. If we get a nice pocket pullback on gold, especially to those broken DMLs, I mean, I'm going to have to buy it on my TradingViews. And if I'm wrong, I guess I'm just going to have to lose my TradingViews. Let me know what you guys think about that. So Nasdaq, we're trying to get a little bit of a bounce, but I want to see gold here. Gold's going to close in 200 contracts. I better get it up on my, I always got to remember to get the DOM. No, we're on Q for gold. We're August for gold now, guys, not June. So like down around 330, maybe a little lower, like I said, into those broken DMLs could be, but I want to see the pattern, but I would love that to push down here, 27 maybe. But this might be all you get. Like that pattern right there looks very similar to the pullback pattern on the weekly Nasdaq. If you look at your weekly Nasdaq, if this gets down to that, you know, that could go up from there, but I would have wanted it to get a little bit lower. There's a lot of support here. I kind of want to take it when it closes in the zone I like, and then I can just get in and put the stop below there. Like on this one, I'm looking at it going, okay, where would I have to put the stop? Like, there's just too much stuff in this region. So Nat Gas, and we got the Nat Gas number right now. I mean, let's watch Nat Gas, see if it does anything with the number. You see it'll get a little bit squirrely. Can work on my my pitching arm. That was a good pitcher, but not tall enough. I couldn't get, you know, the best pitchers are quite tall, right? Because they got like those long arms and they can just whip it. Luke, are you here still? What position do you play? I think Cam's a pitcher, right? If you're not here, I can ask you another day. Oh, so you and Cam are both pitchers? Were you talking about VolPro Edge in the bullpen? All right, we got feeder cattle. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on feeder cattle. Okay, we got live cattle again. It's pushing. We still don't have a flash or anything, though. But I'll tell you what, if we flash up in here, could be a good short. Cam plays center. Oh, okay. I thought Cam was pitcher as well. So he's center field. All right, we got to play John Fogerty, center field. And you're a pitcher. Okay. So then you're probably tall, right? Aren't most pitchers are pretty tall because then you get all that like velocity coming out of the long arm. I mean, look at Randy Johnson, right? He's like 6'9". That's pretty tall. All right, we're waiting. Let's just look at the Nasdaq while we wait. We're stocking. So Nasdaq might give us a bounce. I mean, if Nasdaq doesn't attack the lows from yesterday, I'll be very surprised. So I'm willing to bet on that if we get a good bounce. Gold could pick up from there, but I'll leave it. Let's watch the Nasdaq. All right, we got the Russell. All right, Russell tried to bounce, can't hold it. Not surprising. Nasdaq, just kind of seeing. That's probably, it might be it for the Nasdaq. I mean, the Dow is pretty much at the lows from yesterday. Russell's already there. I mean, ES and NQ, of course, will be a little stronger, but they should want to head down there. It's a little pocket there on the lower time period Nasdaq. But like, where are you, you know? I don't know. I'll wait for a bigger. This is why I don't want to let the tail wag the dog with these. When you look at the lower time period chart, there's too much to decipher. I only want to use that when I see something I like here. I mean, shorting a bounce on the Nasdaq up into like 21.6 would be awesome. While we're waiting for other stuff, let's look at ES. Kind of the same on ES up into 59.45, somewhere up there. Oh yeah, Cam, you can pitch as well, center field and pitching. I was fast. What did I run? I was the fastest at my school. I ran the 40-yard dash. I want to say in 4.2. Does that sound right? I can't. It was fast. I can't remember. Or is 4.2 too fast? It was in the fours. I don't know. I can't remember. What's yeah, what's a good 40 time? I was fast. Four. Okay, maybe if maybe I was mid fours. I don't know. I was really fast because my legs, you know, I could dunk two hands at 5'9" on a 10, you know, a regulation basket. So like when I would dunk and I would be hanging on the rim afterwards, my feet would be like at the face of the guy who's like 6'6". So my vertical was like, what was my vertical? You know, over 40 inches. You know, they had those things where it like you'd have to just stand and then you just launch and like, and now my vertical sucks. because I'm too old. 449. Yeah, that's fat. I was probably right around there. That's probably what I was. Maybe 4.45. Maybe I don't really remember, but it was in there somewhere. 4.2, then not. If you're super fast and the best you run is like a 4.5, then I was definitely not a 4.2. So I must have been like a 4.5, 4.6, somewhere in there. I don't remember. But the hops were good. And I could shoot, man. I could bomb those 3-pointers from anywhere on the court. But yeah, once I got to Division One, then I realized that I'm just never going to go anywhere with this, because there are guys that can shoot as good as me, jump as high as me, and run as fast as me, except they're 6'3". So I lost out on that, which I'm glad I did, because actually being a trader is a lot more fun. All right. Whoa, I'm missing stuff, guys. I was just off in my own little world. Okay, the Dow, I don't want anything there. Soybean oil and heating oil, just kind of leaking. Let's look at heating oil. I'll wait. So Nasdaq might give us the bounce, but I think we could see some good opportunities on any number of these markets. So I'm just waiting. Let's look at cattle. So cattle could be setting something up here potentially. We'll just have to wait. Feeder cattle as well. Hogs is just kind of horrible price action. So Supreme, thinking of longing NQ. It could be the start of a bounce. I mean, it just depends on your time frame. I'm going to wait to short, but that's just because I'm going to try and catch a runner. Oh yeah, trading is definitely like a sport. That's what I told Luke and Cam. Like, if you've got a competitive athletic background, or competitive anything, if you're like a competitive chess player, doesn't even have to be athletic, or a competitive, um, if you're really good at the guitar or violin or cello or whatever, all that discipline that goes into getting good at something, whether it's a sport or an instrument, that focus and that discipline can really help transferring over to trading. Like, oh, tennis. I love tennis. I can't find anybody around here to play with, but I used to play a lot of tennis. And, when you start out in tennis, it takes time to get good. You got to just repetition, repetition, repetition. Trading's like that too. And golf. I used to like golf a lot too. But there's no golf courses right around me. I don't have time. Why am I going to play golf? So that might be, we'll see. That's a nice little pocket right there. This thing hasn't been able to bounce at all. That might be it, but let's see. I'm still waiting for the higher time period just to see if this can try to push up here. Because, the Nasdaq can kind of do what it wants to do. So good. Just waiting for the next alert. Doesn't time go by fast? Like, I think it goes by fast. It's already 10:41. U.S. pending home sales plunged the most in 30 months. So let's see what Zero Hedge says about that, what that means. Obviously, it's not good for the economy, but does that mean that the Fed would be more likely to ease sooner? I don't think they can because of the inflation. So then if people are having rising more interest rates or have to refinance, they can't buy new homes, the Fed can't do anything because they can't lower rates. That affects the economy. I mean, that affects consumer spending. That should affect the indices. But, you know, these things change on a daily basis. All right, we got an alert. So we're looking at soybean meal. See, like this is like what the Nasdaq looked like yesterday. Thank God we're not trading that. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be back in like 5 seconds. I just don't. This always happens. I'll go use the restroom and then I come back and I go, wow, that looks like a good one. So let's see. I don't want to do that because feeder cattle. I mean, we're kind of near the high of day. It's flashing a little bit. You're starting to move inside the envelope. I'd like to see it push a little higher. I mean, there's really no reason it can't go back to that high from yesterday. And our daily level hasn't been tested yet. So I'll wait on feeder cattle. Use the restroom real quick. Let's go back to Nasdaq for you guys. Be right back. All right, what did we miss? I heard two pings, one for natural gas and one for live cattle. Well, let's look at cattle because we know nat gas was chopping around. So nat gas, he got a little bit of a flush there, but that's nothing I'm going to take. Let's look at cattle. So cattle's at least kind of back up close to the. Let's see if this could flash up. I guess I'll put cattle on my Tradeifys. Wouldn't it be fun to trade cattle, guys? How many? I bet you this would be the first YouTube live stream to ever trade live cattle. What do you guys think? If we take a live cattle trade, can we brag that we're the first live stream to ever take a live cattle trade on YouTube? I would venture yes. I wish it would have just pushed a little higher and flashed for me. It could roll over from here, but I want it to just, that's not like flashy, you know? If you look at hogs, I want that. That's beautiful. We would have been the first ones to trade lean hogs. Why are they lean? Aren't hogs supposed to be fat when you slaughter them? I don't know. And live cattle. I mean, I guess that's because they're alive, but then they make them not alive. All right, so I'm gonna see if cattle can kind of punch up like this, you know, flash us out, maybe some selling on the footprint, and then we short some cattle, and then if it works, we add and trail our stop. You never know. All right, let's look at Nasdaq. It's trying to push up a little bit. We've got. This is nice too, right? Because now there's like 48,700 contracts almost. So it's going to close like, I love, like, you just, when you're sitting there like waiting on one market, waiting for the bar to close, it's just, I love this. So is this the only kind of pullback we're going to get? I mean, maybe. It's pretty weak. ES is still kind of sitting there, not doing much. The Dow and the Russell are there. I mean, look how far away the Nasdaq is from even the live middle of the envelope. That's a long way, right? So if we close below this, you know, this should be a lot of resistance up in here. Let's see. And then I would just see if the lower time period confirms it. All right, we got gasoline. Is that going to be the low a day reversal? Maybe, but I don't want to bet on risk today. Normally that could be a decent reversal, but I want to go with the theme of the day. So Nasdaq, I mean, we'll see, but I don't think it's done plunging. I mean, especially if this is to give us, okay, you're right at the extension there. That's not bad, but I would like it to try and push up a little bit. Maybe give us a flash. Something like that. Kind of like what gold gave. This could just go down straight from here. I mean, let's look at crude. So crude, you got a little bit of a congestion entrance up bar. That was the level I was talking about on crude, right? Remember that, guys, in the video? It's not on this chart, but I marked it out for you guys. And that's in the chat right now. I mean, those of you who took it, stops at break even. Nice job. I'm not going to take it because of the, you know, the risk aspect, but still fun to see it holding. Let's go back and look at NASDAQ. Just be patient on NASDAQ. Yeah, so Todd, you agree we'd be the first ones to take live cattle or a lean hogs trade on YouTube? I think so. We can do a big banner. I mean, this might be all she wrote for the pullback, but we'll see. Ugh. Whew. So what I'd be looking for is the one like gold, like this from last night. Right there. You see that? That is what maybe the NASDAQ could do here. Like if the NASDAQ tried to push, but like only got to about there, and then this went like that, then I would probably try a short with a tight stop. Like if it took me out, it took me out. But if I caught it back down to the lows, you know, that'd be pretty cool. So you can see we might be getting a flash in here. Keep an eye on that. Let's look at the Russell. So the Russell is still, I mean, I don't think we're done to the downside, but let's see. What's nice about this NASDAQ is that that is a pullback. I like this short here on the NASDAQ. I'm probably going to take it, guys. I'm just waiting for the low because that's a nice pullback. You got all that resistance right there. Doesn't mean it can't break, but it's I've seen that pattern a lot, and it's far outside the envelope. Yeah. I mean, look, it couldn't even get back to its own live. That's the oncoming there. Its middle of the envelope is there. That's far away. But I want the lower time period to confirm. So this is why I bring out the lower time period when I want it to confirm. Yeah, I don't really know, actually. Somebody can look that up if they want, but I'm just gonna, if I see a cattle trade, I'll just put it on my Tradeify sim to funded accounts, one contract, and then we'll find out how much it is. Oh, speaking of that, I gotta put Nasdaq up. I have cattle. There's Nasdaq. Okay. Let's see. This still has 10,000 contracts. So we still have, 7,500 contracts to trade. And this is what I got to get good at too. While we're like stalking the Nasdaq potentially here, let's see. If anything else pings at us, we don't want to miss it. So there's wheat. Wheat's been pretty choppy all day, so we're not messing with that. So we can go back to Nasdaq while we're stalking. But it might happen where we got to stock multiple markets at the same time. So I think the extension for this is up here potentially. I think that's the extension for the higher time period. So here you can see we might be flashing up here. You see? And there's the extension right there. So this is either going to be the start of a very strong reversal like this, and we're going to be wrong, or it's going to flash, hold that middle of the envelope, and then dump. I mean, I'll take a shot depending where it closes, with a tight stop, right? Because it's at least a good trade. But a lot's going to depend on where this closes. I mean, it's got to close below that because you got the extension hiding right behind there. So to be clear, that's the extension of the 10,000 chart, but that's the middle of the envelope of the higher time period. All right, we just got pinged on soybeans, corn, and cattle. We got some time here. So soybeans and corn, let's look at cattle. Oh, there you go, guys. See, this is what I was looking for in cattle. At least we were in the zone, right? But this just didn't flash for me enough, and that's okay. Let's look at ZC. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Let's go back to Nasdaq. We don't want corn or soybeans. Well, soybeans we can look. No. Okay. So that's pretty cool to see. You see, you're in the pocket. I just wanted the daily to get tested, and it just kind of didn't flash enough for me. So I don't look at that and go, oh my God, I missed it. No, but it's fun to see. It was like, where we're considering is where something happens. So this could be the flash here on the Nasdaq, but this might just reverse right out here. Like I think gold did, right? Gold gave you the flash and then reversed. And then on the reversal bar, it really gave you the extended flash, which confirms that it's going to go lower. So I'll be trying this on the Nasdaq if we flash up in here. We still got 4,000 contracts. Let's just see what happens. And look, I mean, if this is the start of a big move to the upside, then, I'm going to get caught and I'll lose. But I still want to see where this closes. Because if it closes up here, we're not at those broken daily DMLs. I mean, I get that. But those are a long way to go. And we'll be able to see because it's probably going to want to test it. So let's see if when it tests it, are there lots of orders sitting there? So let's see. It needs a little more to test. That's the level right around here, 12, 13. Where I want to see what happens. How does it respond? Because we're already through the extension on the higher time period. That's not good. But that is a zone. So the top of that zone is probably up here around 40. So but we are in that pocket. Let's see. I think we'll see. I think if it holds here, I don't know. I would prefer if that extension would have been up here. That would have made me feel better. But this is still pretty good little flash, at least for a tight stop. Let's see. And my stop would go just above there. Like that would have to hold, you know. If I shorted, the stop would be like, you know, 25. And then also if I shorted and you could just see that it didn't, you want to see the selling come in quickly. Let's see where it's going to close. If it closes strong like that, I wouldn't short it. Yeah, Supreme, I think you're right. I mean, if this closes strong, I'm not going to short. I mean, I might short higher up. But again, it's all perspective as well. And you guys, please do me a favor while I'm talking and analyzing. If I miss a signal, let me know. Nat gas, I know I'm probably not going to be interested in, and this is about to close, but let's just check quickly. Yeah, I don't need that. All right. So Nasdaq, we got about 1,000 contracts left, and you know it's looking pretty strong. But I could also, this is a zone to about 21,540. So if I would still be stalking up here. You got the live one, the live DMLs out here for this bar. So if we punched up, we could. Let's see where it closes though. You got its DML here. It's going to be close. I'll let you know if I do it. I would prefer if that true average was a little higher up, but can't get them all. I'll take a little short there, and I'm literally risking almost nothing, like 5. My stop's at 21. I'm short from 1675. I might have to move the stop, but let's see. I'll move the stop to like 24, 25. No, now I'll move the stop to break even soon. All right. I got a no risk trade on. If it comes back, it comes back, because this would just need to drop. Probably going to come back. But if it doesn't, we got a free trade. Oop. I'm out. Let's see what happens. Because I know that this particular pattern, I mean, if that pattern is valid, it should just, and maybe it just will go now. We'll see. But yeah, there comes the selling. Okay, so I got out a little early, maybe. But look on gold here. On this one, like, well, it kind of penetrated a little there. Let's go back to Nasdaq. And the reason, guys, you say, okay, well, why am I a little bit cautious on this particular trade? It's because we've broken the extension on that bar, which is that's a big break. And the next line of defense is not until here, right? So it just doesn't make me believe as much in this flash pattern. Does that make sense? So that's why it could knock it down, and it very well might. And maybe I should have left my stop at 21. I'd still be in. That'd be nice. But that's why I'm just exercising a little bit of caution, because on these trades, I want everything to look, you know, really good, right? So let's see what happens. I'm out. I'm flat. I gave myself a little bit of a chance. And if it dumps now, that's fine. I have my reasons based on the higher time period here why I'm being cautious. Could be. It's kind of hard to say here. I think the reason I'm cautious on this is because what I just described. And then also on the daily, we don't really have anything to lean against here. We're above the true average, and we don't really come into the near high right here, the reaction high. We don't come into that level until 540 and then 580. So that's kind of your next daily zone of resistance. Doesn't mean we have to get there, but it's nice when these higher time period patterns, number one, they're holding their own DMLs, which this one is not. And then number two, you're also into a daily. So this could still collapse, but that was my hesitation. Well, obviously it would have been nice to be in from 16. Supreme short, 522 stop. Yeah, I should have. I don't know why. I should have left my stop probably, but that's okay. I didn't. Let's see what happens. I had my reasons. Let's look at, so we got the Russell, soybean oil, and hogs. So here's the Russell. So the Russell made a nice little flash there. That was probably good for a short there on the Russell. Kind of missed that because at least you have a daily level you're leaning into, you see. Let's look at oil. No, let's look at hogs. Hogs not doing anything. So NQ, we'll see where this NQ goes ultimately. But at least with Russell, I'm done with the NQ. Supreme, if you're short, I wish you the best of luck, bro. So with the Russell, at least the difference is you at least tagged. You tagged that daily right there, right? So that was at 73, which was right around there. So then the question is, if the Russell comes back up in here, I could maybe short the Russell. Let's see, because I think it's going to be weaker than the Nasdaq. So I'm just going to watch the Russell. This still has a little bit of volume to close, but let's see if it closes up there. I might short it. Because you've got a good pattern. At least you touch the daily. You know, the target would be like 2060, depending where that closes. But I'd like it to punch up here and get a pocket, or I won't take it. Did Nasdaq punch back up there? I'm not even looking. So on the Russell, I'm not going to take this lower time period confirmation because it didn't give me a pocket. Anything can happen, but I like this flash on the Russell because, again, you got a nice counter trend here. This is the higher time period. You got the flash. It tagged, see? It tagged its own extension. Nice. It tagged the daily broken DML, which is now resistance. Nice. Okay, so then, you know, had the lower time period punched up like this, you know, that's kind of nice. And then bang. So you can keep an eye on the Russell. Oh, silver. Silver's pretty choppy in here. Kind of tough to read. Let's go back to the Russell. What's Nasdaq doing? Nasdaq's kind of just sitting there. It could go either way. But there goes the Russ. So see the spot probably to get the Russ on that was when I was watching the Nasdaq and I didn't see the alert in time because then the lower time period did give you the entry there. That's when that closed. You're entering congestion down. The footprint is negative. Everything on the higher time period looks good. So that's why That's where I should have been in from if I didn't miss that from watching the Nasdaq. So if this that I was stocking, if this would have punched up like this and give me a pocket right back where I should be entered from, that could have been the good short. So, you know, this is part of the game. I got to learn to, like, when I'm stocking the Nasdaq and okay, the Russell, I think I was actually in that Nasdaq trade when this Russell one triggered, but this is part of the fun thing I got to get used to. The fun thing is when you use VolPro Edge correctly, you know, like that flash is good because the daily is down. You're leaning against that DML. You've got, you know, the extension there, right? I mean, you're under the true average. I mean, that's a damn good trade. And there will be more. 505, nice. Are we dumping? I hope so for you. Yeah, nice. It's looking good now, Supreme. Now the question is, if we go for congestion entrance to the downside, I'm still I moved the stop to BE too fast, but I still, for me, I don't feel like I missed out by taking this because, again, those reasons I outlined here, whereas the Russell, you know, just looked better to me. Had I seen that, that's the one that I would be in. So, and now on the Russell, I would definitely be at break even. I would let this run, but I'd be at break even, right? So let's see what happens. If the Russell comes back, my stop would be right here, because I'm going to really work on letting it go and then, you know, even trying to pyramid a little bit. But I mean, you don't really want to see coming out of this flash here on the Russell. Anything can still happen. But if that flash is really good, then you want to see that lower time period, you know, when that enters congestion and dumps. I mean, you want to see that trend reversal continue, right? So you don't want to see this start chopping around in a congestion range if you're in that. Now, it doesn't mean you take it off, maybe, I don't know, but I want the ones where I catch it and then bang, it starts trending and I'm like, okay, there's a nice little trend run there. Add, trending, add, trending, add. I don't want to see congestion on that lower time period. So we'll see what happens. Russell's catching a little bit of a bid here. So is this helping you guys to hear how I'm thinking through the setups? I think it should be helpful. So I'd be out at break even on the Russell anyways. And the Nasdaq, my stop would be at break even now. Or I would have exited here because the extension held, you know, even so that's the thing. You want to hold on and let the runner go, but you also got to be smart. There's a crossover support here. You've got the extension support held. You've got the DML holding. You've got a pocket against you, right? So probably if I went short here, I'd be thinking, if I was thinking very, very clearly, I would be thinking, okay, I'm short. I'm going to give it a chance to run, but bar by bar, close by close. Like I'm not going to close this bar. I'm not going to close the trade before this bar closes. I'll be at break even once we're down here. But then once that closes, I could look at that quickly and go, you know what? I got to close it because that's a nice profit. And I have so much temporary support against me. Okay, good, JP. I'm glad about that. David, muy bien. How's my accent, David? At least it's not like a gringo, right? At least I'm not like muy bien. Me llamo Andy. At least I don't sound like that, right, David? David. Thanks. Because actually, when the gringos, are you out at break even, Supreme? When the gringos speak Spanish with a gringo accent, it's not charming at all. But David, when you guys speak English and you got your Spanish accent, it's charming. We just don't sound charming. All right, don't want to miss another one. We got feeder. Oh, that, I don't know, it's kind of flashy there. What's live cattle doing? Oh, live cattle's dipping. Why is that? And feeder's going up? Do these markets move like that a lot? I mean, that's kind of interesting. I mean, we might have to just trade feeder cattle just because. What is it, GFQ? Like, why is this going up? All right, guys, I'm short some feeder cattle. Guys, I'm not even joking. I just executed the first short feeder cattle trade ever on YouTube. We're literally short feeder cattle. I'll stop it up here above the high. Guys, we're literally short feeder cattle. That all by itself is something to celebrate. These farmers aren't going to like me. Come on, feeder cattle. I mean, see, I don't know how this market works. I can move to break even now, but that feels too early. I'll leave it. I'll accept a couple $100 of risk on feeder cattle. Well, look, we'll do this now. I didn't even look at the lower time period, but we might even be adding to some feeder cattle if we get lucky. Probably 300. Okay, so I don't know. The lower time period's not looking great yet. So I want this to, I might move to break even soon because I don't like how this is flat. That shows me that there may not be people trapped up there yet. So guys, I'm going to break even on feeder cattle and I'm planning on probably getting taken out at break even. But if it does start to collapse, you know, it could. And if it does, bar by bar here, then I'm going to hold and add. But I think I'm going to get taken out at break even because I can see these VolPro reaction levels up here flat. They're telling me that people are not trapped yet. But we might get lucky. At least we shorted feeder cattle, which is probably, you know what? That's what I got to do for my YouTube thumbnail. Like, put something about feeder cattle. People trade feeder cattle. Clickbait, baby. All right, I think it's coming back to break even. But let's see, we don't want to miss anything. So that was feeder cattle. That's on. It's going to do what it's going to do. Let's go to heating oil. We're going to be taken out here pretty shortly, but I'm managing this trade correctly. You see, because the reason I put the stop at break even was because that extension held. You're in this pocket. The envelope bottom held. That DML zone there is underneath us, and these are all flat. So I don't want to be short. So break even is fine. We're out. Break even on feeder cattle. I think we lost like $13 with slippage and spread, but that's acceptable to me. Let's look at heating oil. Okay, we put the lower feeder cattle away. See, this is how we're going to move these around. Let's look at heating oil. Guys, I got to say, I'm actually having the most fun I've had trading in a long time. There's a pullback. I mean, I don't really want to short feeder cattle way down here. That doesn't make sense to me. Let's look at natural gas. Flash, I'll wait. Let's look at Russell. Okay, a little pullback here on the Russell. I don't really need to do anything there with the Russell. I'm just waiting for these to maybe go higher. Let's look at crude oil. Same thing. I don't really want to short crude down here. If anything, I could long crude maybe if we got like a good pocket or something down here because we are holding this so far and the indices have stabilized. So let's see. But it's not really a good idea actually to come out of this round trip and then look for a long here. So scratch that idea about crude oil. Let's go back and look at the NQ. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So you're out of break even, Supreme, before it started to dump. Yeah, that's tricky right there. I mean, you got the Russell. trying to push a little bit. ES is just kind of doing nothing right now, so that trend has stalled. Feeder cattle. I mean, wouldn't that be awesome? That would be YouTube clickbait, guys. What do you think? Get some Tradeify growth. No, on my next Top Step accounts, my next XFAs, trade like only feeder cattle and then get a payout for like $10,000 on feeder cattle. I mean, that would just be cool. It's still like a nice little situation up here, so we could watch feeder cattle. Okay, so it pushed back to those highs, but I'm still not really seeing any trap people up here, so I'm just gonna wait. If I miss feeder cattle, that's okay, because this is congesting. So if this was an ideal short up here, I just kind of feel like the lower time period should have already, after that bar there, they should have been trapped enough to then reverse to the downside. It doesn't mean it won't still, but that's just how I'm looking at it. Yeah, you guys like that? Get a feeder cattle payout? I might have to. Later in the year, that'll be the project. All right, ES, kind of not doing anything now. I mean, okay, you could say, is that a pullback in ES now to go lower? I mean, I don't like it because look, this is all like, it's not technically in congestion, but it's not like a clean trend anymore. We're not making lower highs and lower lows, right? So that could go down or up. Nasdaq's trying. I'm waiting. All right, let's see what feeder cattle's doing. See if it's going to break out to the downside. Still sitting there. I'm glad we shorted feeder cattle and then moved to break even. I feel good about that call. We just got pinged on live cattle. So live cattle, I would be kind of more interested in the reversal. So probably leave live cattle alone. Let's wait for the next alert. Let's check when high tide is in Hako today. Hako surf report. Boom. Oh no, we'll check it on this tab. Apply a Hako surf report. Boom. Let's get to what's important. While we wait for an alert. So noon, we had some really good surf yesterday evening. I didn't get out there because I was busy babysitting. I can't wait to get the nanny so I can surf. Yesterday I went for a walk on my free time. So it's better at high tide. High tide now is, oh, it's coming back a little. Oh no, it's 4:30. Okay, yeah. Yesterday was like, so it's pushing. Yeah. All right, we got an alert on gasoline. I mean, again, you're at this extension, but why do I want to take that extension on this huge reversal day? I call it round tripping. I don't want to take that extension support here on gasoline. Yeah, it might cause a bounce, but the fact that we round tripped, you know, like this, I don't want to take that. Yeah, you see, so NQ is fighting with this level. Like the trades I'm looking for are going to be trades that like, I'm really set on trying to find these trades. And I know we're going to be doing them because I've been doing a lot of testing. And I want to find the ones where when I pick it correctly, let's say this flash had been, you know, it was good for a little bit, but I'm not looking for a little bit. I want this to go like this. And then I want to add and move my stop to, you know, to manage my risk correctly. And then I want this to go like this. And I want to add and move my stop. and I want to add and move my stop. And then if it starts to move inside the envelope here, that's when I want to get out and go, oh, look, I just made a crap load of money because I held and added. Those are the trades I want. All right, David, see you, buddy. Nice job. Good job on the short, my friend. So those are the trades I'm looking for, guys. And that's why I'm being really picky. Because I've seen some of these where, for example, on silver the other day, well, even today, but I wouldn't have taken that. But I actually saw this trade the other day on silver down in here, and I was watching it on the lower time period. There was a phenomenal entrance right there, and then the lower time frame trended up. And if you would have added on each lower time frame like this and trailed your stop up, it moved into the envelope up here. You could like literally make something like $10,000 to $15,000 in about an hour, just methodically doing that trade. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm interested in. If making $10,000 or $15,000 sometimes in the span of an hour interests you, then you are in the right place, because that is what interests me. And that is what I'm looking for. So can you imagine those possibilities? There are so many good opportunities every day. We just wait, we wait. Okay, a lot of them we take, we break even, fine. Oh, we take a small loss, fine. Oh, we got this one and we follow it. We pyramid, we hold, we're pyramiding, we're holding. 15 grand. That's nice, right? And I'm going to be doing that on my Top Step XFAs live with you guys after I get my $9,000 payout. Hopefully I put in that request later. I still haven't put in that trade yet because I'm being extremely cautious because I want that $9,000 payout. So here's silver right now, you know, kind of in the middle of the range. Let's go back and look here. Yeah. So look, you know, so far on feeder cattle, we made the right choice, right? So you see, yesterday I must admit, after the day was over, I did, not from a monetary standpoint, obviously, but from a, you know, craft, you know, trading as a craft standpoint, I had an icky feeling inside my body because I was like, why did I force my will on the Nasdaq all day? I did not like that feeling that I got from that. And that pain that I felt in my body made me really reflect on, okay, I got to not do that anymore. And I don't do it often, but I did it yesterday and I didn't like that. And so then that leads to bouncing back. And today, you know, I don't know where the day is going to end. All I know is at least I'm following what I want to follow very systematically. So I will make good decisions. And then win, lose, or draw, I really don't care, because I know if I do it every day and make the good decisions every day, the money piles up, because it's about making the decisions. Okay, thanks, Supreme. Well, we're waiting anyways, but thank you. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad long. I mean, certainly some shorts could get squeezed. You know, I wouldn't take it because I'm waiting for my system, but from your perspective, I don't think it's a bad long because, you know, there's your congestion support level. I mean, that flash should have knocked us down further. It didn't. So the opposite is probably happening, which means we probably want to go at least back up there. So I think that's a good call, man. Make the money. Are we allowed to play music for like 10-second snippets before they copyright it? How does that work? Because, you know, we could do some theme songs. I just had one in my head. I was like, oh, I'd like to play that song. But are we allowed to play like little blurbs? Do you guys know that? Oh, you need more points. Yeah. Well, you know, micro's good. let me guys know about that copyright information. So we just got ultra bonds, which we can't trade. Oh, look at the ultra bonds. It's beautiful. I love it. So we are getting to some resistance up here on the ultras. So if we punch through that daily extension and we tag that weekly extension, this is why I want the weeklies here. I can't trade the ultra bonds here on Tradeify. I can trade them on Top Step, and I will once I take the payout. But I would be looking for a reversal short up here on ultra bonds for sure. Let's look at the Dow. Just doing nothing like the Dow usually does. Oh, thanks, Supreme. Yeah, let me know. Well, I have a new subscriber, Koluru Satish Kumar. Thank you, Koluru. I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. And welcome to VolPro Edge. And Supreme is making money on his micro long while he checks AI to see about copyright issues. YouTube's content ID system is very effective. Can detect even a few seconds of a song. Some myths suggest 8 to 15 seconds are okay. This isn't legally true. Okay. Thank you. So there we go. Thank you, Supreme. I can't play my song. I was going to play for you. It was because you had the stones. You went long. So it was going to be that rap song that I grew up with. I don't even know the name of it. It's I don't know what you heard about me, but I'm a mother effing B.I.G. I think that's what it is. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. It was the song, I don't know what you heard about me. I'm a mother effing B.I.G. That's why I'm not a rapper, but I was going to play that for you guys, but I could just sing it. You guys down with that anytime it comes? Hopefully not too often for all of our sakes. I'm just in a really good mood today. And I think that's because did a lot of introspection and a lot of, you know, breathing and releasing. If you feel, because I've been feeling under a lot of pressure lately with the family, you know, because I got to take care of my 5-year-old a lot more than before. I used to be able to just dial in on trading, and now it's a lot more on my plate. So I was just feeling like, fuck, I really just want to focus on my trading like I always do. So I was feeling a bit like, that's why I'm looking for a nanny, but they're hard to find here. So I was feeling the pressure with that. And I was like, okay, I just got to like, let this go. And so if you're ever feeling like that pressure, you just got to kind of sit with it, breathe, and then let it go. And it helps. All right, let's look at the Dow, which we already did, I think. Yeah, we're on it. Nothing there. Feeder cattle. Still, I mean, it's kind of sitting here. We're still trending strongly, but we are moving inside the envelope. But I don't have a pattern. Like here, it was kind of similar, right? We didn't get the flash, but that's okay. Some days we will. And why do I want that flash? Because that flash will show where, especially on a bigger footprint, there'll be people that bought the breakout and then they're trapped, and that'll accelerate the move back to the downside. That's why that flash is important. And there's other math in there, but that's like the gist of it. Oh, see, there it's starting to go. This could be a short on feeder cattle again. Let's see. Day high bang. This could be a good short. At least I got feeder cattle open on my DOM. Let's just see where this closes. We're not going to rush into feeder cattle just because it's feeder cattle, but believe me, I am tempted. Let's look at the Russell and then copper. So the Russell, that's a nice short right there. Hang on. So I got to get this. I got to get faster on the ball. Load. Oh, that's a good short right there. 74. Just, you know what I'm going to have to do, guys? I'm going to have to switch these alerts. I got them too close to the closing time. So I will do that later. See, I'm learning each day with this new approach. But right here on the volume, like the Russell set to 3,300 contracts, I got to make it like 3,000 contracts because it goes fast. And I would be short right there on the Russell. That's a good short. I know, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but you know, you guys got me. That's a nice, nice short. Let's look at copper. Copper is nicely heading down. So that Russell, you know, what are you going to do? Except, what are we going to do? We're going to learn from it, and we got to get notified earlier. So if this tried to come back up here somewhere, I may try to get in. Like if we go, I should be in from here. That is where the Russell trade triggered. That's where you want to get in. Boom. That like that. I would say that's where you want to add. So, you know, pretend we're in this trade. You add, you know, your stop on this now, I would say is probably at break, you know, probably even here. I would just add and stop it there because if this is correct, we want these true averages to push this trend down. That's how I want to handle these trades. So we'll see what the Russell does. Let's go back to feeder cattle. Ooh, feeder cattle looks good. So I'm going to try to get short, I think, feeder cattle maybe up around here. I'm going to look. I'm going to see what this gives us. Because now there could be some trapped people. Let's look at live cattle. Kind of sitting here. Here's feeder. So basically, right in here. Oh, there, 299.10. Let's see what this does here. I'm not short yet, but I'm watching. Pretty cool market, right? It's kind of breaking now, so I wouldn't short it, but it's pretty cool how it moves like that. All right, we'll wait. It might want to push a little higher and give us a new high a day and a new flash. Let's wait on feeder cattle. Okay, Russell. Why did I get an alert there? 11:30. Oh, that's the old one. Okay, we might have to short this. Oh yeah. Let me bring up. Now I got to figure out Tradeify. So I got some organizational things to do here. Here's Tradeify. Let's see where this closes here. If this closes, and now we got natural gas. So if this closes kind of up in here, we might get short. Should be short from here. It's not bad. I'm going to leave it because, again, I don't want to mess around with this congestion. I want trends. I want reversals and trends. So let's just see what happens there. No rush. Let's go back to feeder cattle. See, let's see if feeder cattle here. So does anybody know on Tradeivate? I can probably look this up later. Yeah, Jake. Hey, what's up, Jacob? I'll explain in a second. Jacob, did you see that we officially placed the first live YouTube feeder cattle trade ever made in the history of YouTube or humanity? If you missed it, rewind. It was a beautiful situation. We broke even, but it was still fun. I got to look into anybody that can tell me how to, you know, do a list in Tradeivate. I'll figure it out, but where I can click on the symbol and it just loads the DOM. So I don't have to manually type this every time. That's going to be the next thing. So I'll get to your Russell thing in a second. Nat gas, I'm pretty sure we're not missing anything right now. Yeah. Skip that. Let's get back to feeder. So look, guys, feeder cattle could be a flash up here. The reason I kind of like this is because the daily's in a pocket, which is not bad. And look at all this resistance on the weekly. We're coming out of that big flash. I mean, there could be some resistance up here. So it's on the higher time periods, it's not a bad place to look for a reversal in feeder cattle, right? So that's why I'm curious about it. Let's look at hogs. Chopping around, don't want anything to do with that. Feeder cattle, we've still got quite a few well, we're halfway there. It'll notify us. Just put feeder cattle up here just in case. See, we had the first feeder cattle trade ever on YouTube, but I'm actually quite eager to have the first feeder cattle win ever on YouTube. So yeah, it was an awesome trade. No, it's just fun to trade feeder cattle. Why that's a good short on Russell. Yeah, I mean, just because the markets are headed down. So that was good. Okay. Because you have a nice pocket here. Beautiful pocket. You're against that broken daily DML, which is now resistance, right? I wanted to get it here. I missed it because my alert, I got to switch my alerts, but that's where you get that. And then that's where you should have taken it. I elected not to, I missed that because the alert, but on this pullback here, okay, yeah, now I look at it and go, cool, I should have taken it. But I'm looking for markets that open and just trend. And then I'm looking to hold and add. That's what I need to work on personally. And what I'm going to be doing on stream is just firing through all these markets to find really good setups that I think are worth getting into, holding, and adding. But here you go with the Russell. Nasdaq's dump. I mean, so did you move your stop to break even, Supreme? Yeah, it was 11:30. You were right. Yeah, you know that song. All right, we just got notified for the Russell again. But see, now I have the alert set for the Russell at 30. $3,000 contracts. So that'll give me more time. There's soybean meal. So that's why I'm going to switch all these alerts when we're done today. So I get, like, on this one, I had it alerting me at 3,300 and those last 300 contracts went too fast. So you need more time. Anyways, there's the alert for Russell. I'm more interested in shorting, so I'm not going to long that pocket. We're just kind of in congestion. Let's go back to feeder cattle. And feeder cattle, all these meats are closing at 2:05 p.m. Eastern, and then the grains are closing at 2:20. Okay, be careful, Supreme. Yep. And I always forget YouTube names, whatever. Supreme, what's your Discord name? I know you told me. It's not on the top of my head right now. All right, we got a ping for heating oil. Yeah, so you see that little pullback, but I don't like that because look how far we're coming from. Yeah, you're shorting with the trend, but I don't know. Is heating oil going to zero today? I don't know. I just wouldn't want to short like that. That's at least it's in the right direction on that pullback, but just too much. Let's go to feeder cattle. Okay, see, feeder cattle's trying. It's getting knocked down at that high a day. It's pushing the high a day more, but now at least we're kind of flashing a little bit. We still haven't had too much selling up in here. Nice, Luke. Good job, man. Enjoy the gym. Oh, okay, cool. Do that. Sounds good. No worries. No rush. Hey guys, give a like before you head out the door, please. YouTube does like that. And if YouTube likes it, I like it. Or now, even if you're not heading out the door. All right. So the Russell, we're going to keep an eye on feeder cattle here because this, you know, it's flashing. Is that you, Supreme, that just came in on my phone? Probably. No, that was another prop firm advertisement from a company that I'm not going to speak about. So Nasdaq, I don't know. Is the move over for the day? I don't know. Who knows? All I know is feeder cattle's trying to roll over. And the way feeder cattle moves, you know, when it rolls, it rolls. There is the soybean market. Nope. NQ. See, NQ gives me, this is why it's tough with these, because like NQ, I've got the, you see, we're only at 48,000 contracts. So I have it alerting me at 48,000 contracts, and it's a 50,000 contract bar. So I have plenty of time. Whenever NASDAQ alerts me, I can see. So I got to go and later switch all these alerts to make them earlier. So I have plenty of time on each one and I don't miss it. It's like, if I want to get alerted when it's getting close. So anyways, NASDAQ here on the higher time period. Probably not doing anything, but let's wait and see where it closes. In the meantime, we'll keep scanning. We'll look for some heating oil. Sorry, some feeder cattle. I mean, the question with the indices, are we done? I don't think so. I think we want to go lower. They're just kind of pausing out. It's like, okay, NASDAQ I would have felt much more comfortable with, again, if that extension was up in there. And then you can see, because that extension did get broken, that's why this was a little bit of a fight in here before it broke down. You know, do I wish I was short? Of course, in hindsight, but I left my hindsight ball at home. So now the question is, if the NASDAQ's going to give a little bit of a flash down here on this, would we buy that? I mean, you're at a lot of support, like temporarily, technically speaking. You got the middle of the envelope here. You got all this. But on a day like this, I don't think it's a good idea to be buying the NASDAQ. You know, it could cause the rally, but I still think it's better to wait for good rallies to short. I mean, that's not a bad little buy right there, to be honest. With this is like that sneaky little pocket we saw in Ethereum the other day. You know what I mean? So I'm going to keep, probably not going to do anything, but let's see.
Order filled.
Checking out over here. Give me a second.
Order filled.
I'm just doing some scalping here real quick, trying to get my $200 day. Give me a sec. Give me a momento, por favor. I kind of want to, I was feeling I want to get this over with so I can stop thinking about it. All right. $9,000 payout secured. Beautiful. I'm all flat. That's nice. All right. So the payout is secure. I will put it in at the end of the day, and that's a nice feeling. Did I miss any alerts? If I did, I did. I was getting my payout secured. So I get crude, corn, and cattle. So there's crude kind of trying to push up. Corn. There's live cattle pushing. Yeah, so NQ, I do think this could be a sneaky little flash down here to potentially push higher. Because we made higher lows. That is a sneaky little flash. I'm not going to take it because I'm looking for, more specific setups. But I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see us bounce here. So that puts a little bit of wind in my sail. I just had to get the last $200 day. Check feeder cattle again. I mean, it's trying to flash here. We'll see. It's possible. Live cattle. No, the feeder cattle still, it's potential. But we've still got some contracts to trade here on feeder cattle. It is a 500 contract, so we got only 100 to go. I just think there's a lot of resistance potentially up here on feeder cattle, you know? Everybody good? You guys still hear me? There comes some selling. Oh, look, some feeder cattle selling. The spread's interesting in feeder cattle. Sometimes it's like right now there's one tick in between the bid and the offer, but then sometimes it'll be a couple ticks. If you guys got any questions about feeder cattle, please do ask. I know nothing about it. So what I was doing to get my $200 days is sometimes I only need a very small amount, obviously, and I have a very strong intuitive feeling. So when I saw this here, I do think that there's a lot of support here temporarily because of this flash, right? But I saw this exact pattern on Ethereum. It just came to my mind. I saw this exact pattern on Ethereum the other day in our daily end of day analysis, and this closed here. And I just had the strongest sense that this was going to want to go down and test these DMLs at these lows, which was also at the envelope bottom and that low right there. So that's why I ran away very fast. I shorted a quick one. I got $117. And then I stopped. I pulled out. I got my 117. And then when it popped a little bit, I shorted again and I got 100. So I got $217 per account. That locks in my $9,000 payout. So. But that's more intuition on Nasdaq. Yeah, this is what I call subtle flash, Jacob. Because the 3 sections on this one, you'll learn this, but there's 1, there's 2, and I know the normal one goes out like this, right? But sometimes you will see this one that doesn't quite make it, but it's like, I call it a subtle flash. It's, you know, and sometimes it'll lead to some pretty good moves. But this here, I would never, even though that was a support and I thought the Nasdaq could bounce, it's not like I wouldn't buy it on my Tradeifys, right? Because the day is down. And that's why on that scalp for my $9,000 payout, I felt confident right there. Just, you know, the pressure was down. Yeah, exactly. Because remember, these are points that are just being connected. Wow, that's quite a sell-off, huh? What's feeder cattle doing? So yeah, those are just points that are being connected. Well, that's still good though, Ralph. You're getting good entries. So we're flashing here on feeder cattle. We're going to close in 50 contracts. This is trying to head down. So the question is, we do have a lot of resistance now, potentially. We're going for congestion entrance down off the daily high, 299.10. This could be a good short here opportunity. I'm going to see where this closes. All right, feeder cattle alerted us. The Russell, wow, breaking down. ES breaking down. So let's see, we might try to get feeder cattle potentially up in here. It's a flash against us, but this could be exiting congestion. And because this is going for congestion entrance down off the high of the day. Yeah, you see, this is what I'm looking for in feeder cattle. But yeah, now if feeder cattle came back up here, I'd be interested in shorting, but it may just run away without us. I can't short it here because I've got the reversal up here now. That's the reversal I'm looking for. And now I should have the resistance zone kind of up in here, but I was sort of hoping it would hang on and close here and give me a chance to short here with the DML, the core DML up here, you know? And that's actually not good that that held that extension for wanting to short. So I don't necessarily want to short against that extension because that could cause a move back up. So I'll wait. But you can see there was some action there on feeder cattle. Oh yeah, I mean, something just happened. I mean, we just dropped 40 handles. Well, not 40, but 30 on ES pretty quick. Nasdaq. So that was the pullback high there. Well, we'll see. Now we're getting, I mean, this thing is just absolutely collapsing. So let's see, the Dow just pinged at us. So I got to increase the time on the Dow. So you see, like, I don't have enough time on the Dow. So I had to go volume. Oh, yeah, the Dow is all screwed up. It's at like 450 or something. So I need the Dow at 40. It's at 5,000. So I need the Dow at 4,500. Okay, so is that a flash that I would want to buy on the Dow? No, not today. Not on that outside reversal day. It may bounce a little off that extension, daily low, but it's not necessarily something I have to buy today. Let's look at wheat. Terrible day in wheat. ZL. That is soybean oil. Looking pretty weak there. So feeder cattle may end up pushing back up. We'll see because it held that. Let's look at hogs. Yeah, very choppy in the hogs market today. Live cattle still kind of chopping around up here. And see, I always want to look too and say like, okay, like today, what did I miss? Well, I definitely missed that Russell right there for sure. It may have come back to take out a break even on that push there. I mean, you just don't know. And if that happens, that happens. There's not really a whole lot you could do about that. Gold. So that was that pullback on gold we were looking at earlier. Like I said, I kind of wanted that. If that had pushed down there, could have been, and you see that was the low. That could have been a good one. So we're just, you know, checking off the boxes, doing our thing. Let's see natural gas, because I'm really working hard now at, I want to be much more efficient. I want to find these trades, like I said, where I get in at a really either a good reversal point or a good with the trend point, and then I'm in from a point where I think, you know, it's got a lot of leg room to hold and add and hold and add and hold and add. That's really what I want to work. I'm ready for that now. And I feel like I got the monkey off my back getting the 9,000 secured. So that's nice because now once I get that payout, the 9,000 I have left in those top step XFAs, you know, I'm going to try and work on this holding and adding system that we're doing now. And I'm going to see how that goes. And, you know, hopefully I'll be able to grow that 9,000 to many multiples, but you know, I'm going to work on it. So I'm viewing it more as, you know, process orientation. I'm not focusing on the money right now. I'm focusing on how do I become a better trader. That's how I become a better trader. Here's the Russell. So this is going to close. See, we have more time now. You see, I'm not really feeling like I'm going to do much with that. I got an alert. That was for the weather in Hako. Very nice alert for the weather. It's a blue sky day. Platinum. We haven't had a lot of platinum today. So that was the pullback there in platinum that I said wasn't terrible, but I wasn't really getting a great read on it. So here comes ES, still dumping. I mean, it feels like it wants to go down here, 58.60 maybe. So I'm still waiting for a potential short in ES, just something that looks good. This didn't look great to me here because, yeah, it's pulled back. It was in a pocket, but, you know, this was just kind of funky there. Like I want more. It wasn't making lower highs, lower lows, right? Yeah, I mean, Bill nailed that short on gold. Good job, Bill. But for me, I think I'm too bullish to want to short gold. Big push up there, right when the indices cracked, gold pushed. So I'm not going to short that at all. Let's look at soybean meal. So soybean meal. I don't really know what to make of the soybean meal higher time period charts right now. So I'm not really interested in that. So ES, I still think could potentially have room to go. We'll see. Comes back up. Nasdaq, you know, yeah, that was the pullback, but it just, I wanted the extension above. What can I say? The Dow, the Russell kind of chopped around here for a bit. Yeah, at that moment when it was chopping around, I mean, it's not easy to say, oh, this is going to happen. I mean, could have easily gone like this and then like that. You know, you just don't know what the market's going to give, and you don't know when it's going to give it. So you just got to keep rolling with it and take what it gives you. So gold, you know, we said at the start of the day, well, obviously the very start of the day, we said short. That was a great call. And now we woke up to New York, trend reversing up. We're looking for pullbacks, you know. Some days that will be a good steep pullback like that we'll buy, and then we will benefit from that push. Today, no, but that's all right. Silver, trying to push. Copper, leaking. Platinum. Oh, yeah, you know, I didn't get a notification on bonds, but that's probably a good short on the 30-year right there. You see, that's a nice flash. You're at the high a day. You're at the weekly extension right there. You haven't gotten to the daily extension yet, but I bet you that flash could be good for some cash. I can't take it on Tradeifys, so I won't. But when I get my top steps back, after I get the payout taken out, I will. There's the ultra bonds. Could be setting up for a little. You can see some selling coming in up here too. That's nice. The only problem with ultra bonds is that the daily cumulative delta is very negative. So the fact that we're heading higher suggests that shorts are getting squeezed. I still wouldn't be totally against, because look, you've got daily extension, weekly extension coming up. So if you got a good reversal pattern up here, wouldn't be bad, I don't think. Crude tagged our level beautifully. We talked about that. I put that in the members area for you guys. I didn't take it, and I wouldn't have taken it because of this outside reversal. I would want, on a day like this, if this would have opened and just gone down here first and tagged the level, yeah, then I'd like it. But I don't like these round trip days. Heating oil, kind of similar. Gasoline, nat gas. Corn, wheat, soybeans, not doing much. Soybean meal, I can't get a read on. Soybean oil, kind of, soybean oil looks pretty weak. I mean, we could be headed down here to the extension. So could consider shorting soybean oil on pops. Cattle's kind of sitting here now. Hogs doing nothing. Feeder cattle gave a good signal, but into here as support, no thanks for the short. So that's how I'm seeing these markets today, you guys. How are you seeing them? Just stretching. So Todd, will there be a level I see for a short on crude? Potentially back up into this level. You got a lot of, you got the daily envelope top, the true average, the core DML, and the congestion DML. Is over here on the daily. And you got yesterday's extension congestion. So you've got a lot of resistance, and that's all coming across there. So if there was a spot for a short, I would say that the volume chart would have to give me some sort of a pattern in here and then look to want to roll over. But I find days like this, when it goes up and down and then back and then, I mean, we'll see. Yeah. So soybean meal, I mean, this could be interesting, I guess. On this bar, imagine if we pushed up like that into that extension zone right there. You could see a reversal back down potentially. You have some weekly resistance here, you see. So that could be, so I'm looking for where the daily zones are stacked with the weekly zones and where I get a nice reversal signal that I think could have some good legs that we can hold and add. Yeah. And that's why it's also important to follow so many different markets, because I can tell you already, once we have stats on all this over the next few months, holding and adding on markets like ultra bonds, silver, gold, some of the other commodities, when you're on the right side of the train, it just goes and it can keep going and you can keep holding and keep adding and keep holding and keep adding. Whereas the indices can be harder with that because they are more like going down and then, so it's harder to hold and add, unless you get one of those runaway trend days. But even today, you know, straight down, but not really. I mean, that's pretty straight down. But if you look at the lower time period here, I mean, that's a lot of chop from about 10 in the morning, you know, to about noon. So you got to sit through a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to try and find trades that are, you know, fun and less stressful to hold. But that's a tall order. So yeah, heating oil we checked. You're getting a little bit of a pullback here in heating oil, but it's like, okay, would I want to short that? I wouldn't, for the same reason I wouldn't want to short that. Like, you've already come so far. Like, this would need to be a bigger bounce. Like, you want that short mid-trend, and you'll get it sometimes. You want it like here, and then you short on that, because then you got legs. Russell. See, Russell's fishing back up here into the zone. You know? And I also, like, when I'm looking for these trades, guys, I want to lean against a daily level and preferably weekly levels that are there. Hey, Adam, welcome back, buddy. No problem, Todd. So, like, right now on the Russell, we're kind of in no man's land here, right? It doesn't mean that this pocket won't knock it back down, but up here, you at least had the one I liked. You at least had here all this daily stuff to lean against. You had the middle of the envelope on the daily. You had the true average. You got that core DML that's broken. That's now resistance. So all that is pressing down on these patterns. That's good, right? So, and you got the weekly true average there. You know, you're in the middle of the zone here for the weekly. Since you were below that, that's also resistance, reinforcing that level there, right? Doesn't mean we can't get through it. We can, but there's a lot of resistance there. I mean, look at this on the Russell. Just, it's a lot of contracts there today. What do I have this on? Oh, 3,600. I probably need this to be on 10,000 or something. I don't know why that's on, because you can see here we've got 140,000 contracts today. I mean, that's a lot, but still, here you have same, right? So I think the Russell needs to be on much higher contracts. Should be on about, you know, 10,000. Too many bars. And this should be on 2,000. There we go. That's better. And then this studies that then if it's going to be on 10,000, we can get alerted at 9,000. That's probably why we're missing that, because it's such a short. I didn't realize. I must have switched something around. So nice little pocket there on the Russell. Could cause a little bit of a bounce here. What do we got here? We could maybe take the Russell on a bounce. Could be some shorts trapped. See what? Oh yeah, you got trend reversal here. Again, I'm just a little late to the party. I want to be in from about 69, let's say 70. I'll try to get in on the Russell at like 70 if I can. Let's see. Because that's a nice pocket. I think that could push. This has been trending down a lot. This could be a little, you know, midday short squeeze. So you can already see the lower. So now that we have the correct volume setting here. So that was 2069.3. Let's just go move our, I'm going to move my entry there. 2069.3, because that's where we should be in from. And that is right there. No, right there. That's where we should be in from. Because the lower time period's already it's already reversed itself, trending up. And now you've got a nice pocket here. You know, this could be a little bit of a short squeeze runner. I know it's a little bit, you know, tricky on a day like today, but we've dropped a lot. I'd be willing to take a little risk on the tradeifys here. 68 is actually where you have a lot more. Right in there, 67.8. Let's put our order there. That's 68. Order at 68. So let's just see if that pulls back to 68 and gets us long. And like that's kind of the level that has to hold if it pulls back there. So the risk is low. And if it fills us and then starts to go and we hold an add, the reward is potentially very high. Let's look at the Dow. Dow's pushing. I like the Russell better. Let's look at gasoline. So all the energy markets have stabilized. Silver was heading back up, so maybe indices will bounce here. Now I would say when I thought about this, like normally on that pattern there with that close there, I would just get in. But on a day like today where there's quite a lot of selling, might as well make it try to come back down to the support, the top of the support zone, which is right there, right? Which is why I have my order at, 68 there. So that was the deal with the Russell. Now we got the correct contract size on these charts. See, because that's a nice reversal pattern because you're coming off the low a day. You held the extension and the congestion right there. That's a great support zone. These are underneath you. You did tag almost that daily VolPro Edge reaction support level there in blue. You've got the daily congestion DML there. So that's a good spot. There could be some sort of a multi-bar relief rally that starts here. You never know. If that does, we could potentially catch a good chunk of it on the lower time period, holding and adding. Yes, trying to push. NQ. So this could also be a reversal bar on NQ once we get an alert. Because you're sucking up off the low. I mean, that's a pretty big. If this closes up in here, I might have to look for some longs on NQ to go back up here 100 points. Right? So you never know what these markets are going to give you. You just got to stay patient and wait. So that was Hogs kind of messing around. ES still trying to suck up. Russell, we still got our order down here at the support. Right there. Let's see. I mean, if this was to pull back into a pocket down here, that would be beautiful. Assuming we got filled and it held and ripped, that would be beautiful. So we'll wait for alerts while we're watching the Russell. I've got an order to get long at 68. And look, if this is just going to be a false bounce, then that's the case too, right? But I can't ignore that pocket, sucking up like that. Let's see. We're about to find out. If I get filled at 68, I mean, where would the target be? I mean, really wherever the lower time period tells me to get out. I'm trying to catch the ones where I hold and it just trends and I add, and then once it looks like this is weakening, I just book whatever profit I have. Kind of dipped a little bit. I think we got down to like 69 or something. And my order is there because of that core DML there. That's at 67.6. So 68 feels okay. Is that making sense to you guys? We're still waiting for other alerts. Do some yoga while we wait. Okay, feeder cattle's back. Guys, feeder cattle always gets me very, very pumped. See? We're using our tools. Now we just wait because now it's not clear anymore. That flash, it did a good job knocking it down, but right into support. You guys with me? Does it make sense? Look, this thing just may collapse and start a new leg down. But we are at some support on the daily. The weekly still has some support down in here. So, you know, markets go up and down. The Dow's trying to bounce. That's a pretty good recovery off the low right there. We'll see. I don't want to trade that. So we'll find out. NQ, we'll see what it does. Look, if it fills me, I'm just going to manage it based on what the lower time period does, right? There's live cattle. Kind of pushing back again. I mean, these cattle can move. I'm curious how it moves at the end of the day. See, look at that moving cattle. Like, just look at, you can imagine getting on a trend like that. Wow. Where would you get in though? I don't know. Kind of tough. So ES is trying to push. Dow's kind of hanging in there. I don't know. I think it's, if the Russell can push back down to our entry, give it a shot. Orders at 2068 right here. You can see that core DML support on the higher time period Russell chart is coming across right there. I always do support in blue. So those yellow dots are transposed from there. That's where I'm looking to get long. But really the support zone is here on the higher time period. I'm just trying to get long at the top of it. But what I really don't want to see is that zone, that 66 kind of breaking down. So that's my plan for the trade. If I get filled at 68 you know, and I see price smash down through 66 like butter, I'll just be out, right? But if I get in and price starts to go up and I'm liking what I'm seeing, then we hold and we add. We got to do like a sign language thing for hold and add. We hold, we add. I don't know. We got to think of a good hold and add dance. And we're waiting for alerts. So it's going. Yes. NQ will be the next one to close. I mean, look at these DMLs right here, guys. Look at this little flash. So this has that first one where it was a subtle one. Yeah, that could have, but now this one's just kind of extending it. But look at that. Low a day, daily extension, envelope bottom, VolPro Edge, reaction, middle of the envelope. I mean, there's a lot of support right here. Okay, it can break, but you already see what price, how price responded once to that support on the weekly. You know, you've got that DML true average kind of under there as well. So look, let's see if we don't get filled on the Russell, we might get filled on the Nasdaq. Crude, nothing. Russell's going. And that would be great if the Nasdaq was just hanging out while the Russell started to push, because then we could get in maybe on the Nasdaq. We'll see. Nasdaq, see, already got the reversal going in the lower time period. But I'm going to wait, you know, I wait for the bars to close. That's how I anchor. And, you know, if this goes way up here by that time, then whatever. We still got our order in on the Russell. It's all about process, you guys. Let me know if you got any questions. See, especially these are flat. These VolPro reaction resistance levels. When they're flat, they like to get taken out. There's ultra bonds. Could be setting up for a flash right there, you see. I can't trade ultra bonds, but we'll see how that flash reacts. You got a lot of resistance there. Russell's pushing, so our order's probably not going to get filled. Nasdaq's trying to push. I'm kind of, you know, you just never know, but it'd be nice if the Nasdaq could get one of these. Pocket right at all of our DMLs clustered right there, right there. You know, then, okay, buy. If it does that, add. Oh, it's pausing. I'm out. Okay, what did I make? That's what I'm looking for. We hold and we add. It's going to be our new mantra. So ES, you know, looking pretty good. I like Nasdaq better with the cluster. There. So I'm going to leave the Russell in that order in just because you never know for now with a stop at like 65 because I'm going to have to turn my DOM over to the Nasdaq. So the Russell order is in. Guys, don't let me forget. I'll forget the Russell order is in. Soybean oil, quite a reversal, but no signs of that really. So The Russ, we're still just, we could get a pullback. You never know. It's a very valid trade still, for sure. NQ, I mean, look, if these are all bunched up here, especially if this DML raises, now your zone is here, which is it's got to be above, it's got to be 21,430, 21,408, 20 points. That's an acceptable zone. Can manage our risk well with a 20-point zone. Could it flush down and go? Yeah, but if it's correct, it should pick up the zone and go. And if we lose 20 points on one contract, that's $400. Okay, whatever. But if we make 100 points on 4 contracts because we held and we pyramided, that's a lot more. So let's see. Russell's kind of just there. NQ's got, you can see 47,000 contracts traded. So we got about 3,000 contracts left. And if this pulls back down here into this pocket, you see you got the crossover here as well. It's looking good. And you can see the footprint on the Nasdaq. Shorts could be trapped for a little squeeze because look at the footprint was minus 1148. And right now we're plus 413. So when you see that peak negative finish on positive, it could signal trap traders. But see, I want to get in at the support. So I could go in and market, but only if this DML lifts like 21,430. Then I could set an order there. It's just the thing, then my risk is a bit more because then I got to be kind of below that zone. But that's the way it goes. So Nasdaq, that was the alert for Nasdaq. And I know this is kind of round tripping. Definitely. We did go up and now we're going down. So that is a round trip trade. But on the indices, I don't know. I feel a little more comfortable. There's a lot of support here. We've already dropped 500 points. The market overall has been very bullish lately. So there could be some buying coming in here. So what I'm going to do is if we close too far away from the support zone, I can't chase it up here. I'll just have to wait and see if we get a pullback to buy and then go like that. And if it just keeps going like this, there's not a whole lot we can do about that because I've got to base my stop on that support zone. So I can't get in at 450 and have the stop at, 400, right? I need to get in around 420. You guys feel me on the stop? All right, ES pushing, but again, that support zone is down there. Oh, feeder cattle, that could be nice. That could be nice, popping its little head up like that. Where's Nasdaq though? I don't want to miss Nasdaq. This is where it goes. Oh, feeder cattle, I want to short that. Come on, feeder cattle. I'm short feeder cattle. I'm going to put the stop at 300. And if I lose, I will officially take the first loss ever of feeder cattle on YouTube, which is worth whatever it cost me in my Tradeify accounts. Okay, the reason I'm short feeder cattle, and I'll explain that in a second, I want to get, it's going to do what it's going to do. I'm either going to lose money or whatever, but the Nasdaq closed. So I like that on the Nasdaq, beautiful flash. But now on the Nasdaq, I would have to try to get long at like 412. And feeder cattle's, new for me. So it's kind of a market I'm testing out. There's a lot of weekly resistance up there. There's some daily resistance up there. It could hold nicely or it could give us a small loss. So that's why I'm taking it. But Nasdaq has a lot of support down there at 412. So I think I'll have to set an order on Nasdaq at 412. Feeder cattle, I'm short. The Russell, I'm not filled. Let's watch the Nasdaq. Feeder cattle doesn't appear to be cooperating just yet. So Nasdaq has, you can see all that crossover there as well. Probably take a loss on feeder cattle, which is fine. But I like that on feeder cattle. I don't mind that loss if it loses. Yeah, look at all that down there, like right into, I would say, 40, I would say like 410, to like 95. No, it really shouldn't go down there. 410 to 90 is what I would bet on in the Nasdaq. I'll put an order at 410. I'm just working on this process, guys, of just following a lot of markets. So we'll go 410. I'll just put a stop at 90. I really don't want to see 400 breakdown, but let's just put a stop at 90. Okay, so the order's in for the Nasdaq at 410, and that's just because that's where all that support is down there. And it may just rip up, right? Can't really do a lot about that. Oftentimes it'll come back and you'll get it. So the Russell, my order is still at 68. It's not looking like that's going to get filled, but you never know. I'll leave it for now. There's still a lot of support there. And I'm probably going to get taken out of feeder cattle, but at least we're having fun. So the reason I shorted feeder cattle, I know you are through the daily resistance there, which, maybe is not smart, but at the same time, you've got a nice pocket. This has been grinding up, grinding. This is a nice pocket here. You've got that extension right at the high of day. Right there, right? The reactions above you, the DMLs above you. This is the weekly VolPro Edge reaction level is here. So there is some resistance here. And then what I saw quickly when I checked on the lower time period was that we had entered here, we had entered congestion down. So I'm just trying to short, the lower time period is trying to roll over. And so my stop is just above the trend resistance high here. So, my risk is to 300 here. And, could be some, I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm just trading this technically. And there could be some profit taking here on either, we'll take a loss. Okay. But I like the setup. If I looked back at this setup, I'd be like, Andy, you should have taken that. Because if you take 10 of them, I think, half of them will work for decent wins that you can pyramid. So half of them will lose. This might be one of those halves, But so what I'm looking for on this now, I would, really, these are 100 contract bars. I would like this to go like that, break its extensions here. Then I would try to add and maybe move the stop to break even on the original one. That's my plan. To see if you couldn't catch and move back down here. You just never know. I don't know. I've never really traded feeder cattle before, but we'll see what happens. That was just my thesis about it. And now we got I think my feeder cattle, oh yeah, it's sitting there. So Nasdaq, we have our order in, right? So Russell, we've got the order in. It's not coming back yet. Nasdaq, you know, there's a lot of support there. It could come back. Let's see. And if Nasdaq gets filled, I would just cancel the Russell because I can't like manage both of those at the same time. So we got an alert on copper. Don't really want to do anything there. Silver we know is kind of in the middle. Yeah, I don't need anything in there on silver. Okay, so let's just focus on Nasdaq. Russell, we're trying to get long. Feeder cattle's kind of sitting around our entry. But if this does happen, you guys are all going to have to start singing I'm a mother effing BIG for shorting feeder cattle. If we win. If we lose, you can all laugh at me. I'll take it. I'll take it. So Nasdaq's pushing. May not get in. We'll see. But if this is going to be the start of the squeeze, I don't know. Could try and get in. I just want to get in where I want to get in. That's just the way it goes. ES pushing. So the Russ, doesn't look like the Russ is coming back to 68, so I'll cancel that before I forget. So the Russ is canceled because I don't know what's going on with that. So Nasdaq will, my order is working in the Nasdaq. I mean, let's just see. Who knows? Maybe Trump will tweet and we'll get filled. Feeder cattle's dropping, right? Trying. So let's see. I really don't know. I got to get some more water. But I don't want to miss the opportunity to, you know, if feeder cattle really starts to drop on good volume, you know, then we have to add. And I need it to drop. Like if it doesn't start exiting congestion now, I'm just going to cut it because that's not the trade I'm interested in, right? I'm interested in the trade that fills me and goes, kind of like the Russell is doing now. This is the one I want to be in from. Had we gotten in, add, you know, this is what I want. And we're going to get them. You just got to be patient. So this is going to close here momentarily. And if it closes there, I'm probably going to be out because I want to see more impetus to the downside. We've got 10 contracts left. Kind of fun to manage feeder cattle. So let's see. I'll definitely move to break even because these are also the kind of trades where when they work, I mean, I'm not moving to break even yet. I want to wait for this close. But if it closes around my entry, which is 299.675, then we're going to be out. Still got 7 contracts to go. It seems like these markets move mostly kind of like at the open and then around 10:30, 11. So it's probably a little late for this market, but I'm learning these markets. So, you know, I haven't traded much feeder cattle in my life. There's a live cattle there. What's live doing? Live's trying to drop a little bit. Seven contracts to go. Because this congestion support level on this lower time period chart, it needs to break if this trade is correct. And right now, I mean, with 93 contracts traded, you haven't really, it's not really looking like it wants to drop. So I'm probably going to exit here. All right, I'm out at break even. Let's see, now it'll probably drop, like, it's only 5 contracts to go. So we'll see. But a good exercise. I'm just working on the process here. Like, I wanted this to go down and close there and then add and then keep going. If it's not going to do that, I don't need to sit here messing around with it, right? So that was a break even on feeder cattle. So, and let's see, maybe now it'll drop. I mean, like, there was only 3 contracts traded there and it dropped a little bit, but I still, if it closed right around here, I don't know. Let's just see, guys. Yeah, okay, well, now I know that literally feeder cattle, see, this is a learning lesson for me, right? There were 5 contracts left to trade. Now that bar is closed with 100. It was at 95. We just moved from here to here on 5 contracts. I didn't know that was possible on feeder cattle. Now I know. So now if I was short, I would be still short feeder cattle, right? But let's just see if the signal works. The management will come with these markets I'm not familiar with. But pretty fun. we're shorting feeder cattle, for God's sakes. It's amazing. All right, ES closed. Wouldn't really do anything there. Some support down here maybe. So Nasdaq, I mean, it still might fill us. Let's see. I like that order on the Nasdaq if we get filled. Depending. We got to watch the lower time period, but my order's in. And then it's like, okay, should I not have an order there and just let the lower time period close? No, I think I need the order because a lot of times, we're really being patient waiting for that higher time period thing. I mean, if it's correct, it could punch down there, fill us, and then go. And if you wait for the close, you'll miss it. And then you run the risk that it fills you but then that's why you got your stop based on the higher time period, right? So that's why I'm looking to get long now the Nasdaq at 410 with a stop at 90, 20 points. The Russell, it's kind of already done its thing because now we're getting close to the next close. So then the Nasdaq I would like better because it just started. We didn't really miss anything. There's live cattle, silver ping, but I remember this here. I mean, okay, would I want to short that little pot? Not really. You're in the middle of the zone. Well, I don't want to do that. It's not really trending, one way. It's just going like that. So feeder cattle. So I'd probably just be at break even at feeder cattle and I'd be out anyways. So that's why I took my break even on feeder cattle. But so this is what we're looking at. Just imagine that, you get that. And then you want to see that. Oh, okay, that's nice. I'm going to add one. Great. And then you see that. And you're like, okay, maybe I won't add, but I'll hold. Oh, it's pushing. Okay, I want to add one. Oh, it does that. Okay, you want to wait. Oh, I want to add. I want to add. I want to add. Oh, I'm out. Like, imagine how much money you can make on a trade like that, right? That's what we're doing. And maybe the Nasdaq will just punch straight down through the floor now. We don't know. But there's at least a lot of support it's going to have to deal with first. That's why I got the order to get long at 410. Look at all, it's on the lower time period too. There's tons of support there. It doesn't mean it has to hold. But there's an old saying, can't know till you bet. So we're betting. Let's look at, so ES is holding its own so far. Dow is, not giving any back. That's good if the Nasdaq pulls back for us. Russell already made a nice move. That's good. Just got an alert for soybeans. Kind of pushing, but I don't feel like I'm missing anything there on soybeans. With gold, if gold's giving back a little bit and Nasdaq dumps to fill us, I'd like that. Let's see what bonds are doing. There's that flash. See if that has an effect on price. So let's see the Nasdaq. You guys got any questions? I'm gonna get some water, you guys. Let's just, my Nasdaq order is in. I'll be right back. All right. Well, Nasdaq, we'll see. Because then you have to bet on and say, okay, we're right at the middle of the envelope here. So is that just going to be all you get? I mean, right now it's kind of looking at like that, right? That's at 33, right? So is that going to be the support? That's, that's tough to know. ES is trying. Dow's pushing. Russ is pulling back a little bit. So that's just kind of a decision we have to make. I mean, looking like that's holding there. So I'll remove that order there, and I might go long here depending where this closes. We still got 400 contracts left. I may go long at like, 33 and a half, and then that level would pretty much have to hold because that's my higher time period support. Like if I lost like 10 points, I would just be out. Okay, I'm putting an order at 34 because it's looking like it's not going to come back. Well, there's the squeeze. So my order is right there at the higher time period, but maybe the time to get in was kind of just when it was just down there. But look, this is the management part. So the order is at 34. The stop, I'll just put it 20, but it really shouldn't go lower at all. Probably just going to squeeze. Scalpers delight. Believe me, I'm tempted to just go in, but I'm just following the process. Like many days, I'm going to get the entry, and then the risk is defined. But you see how we're navigating and staying on the right side of the market? Isn't that pretty cool? I mean, this is probably not an easy day for most people. So ES is pushing. I mean, for us, I'm having fun. I think Nasdaq's just going to squeeze here, but I would like to try to get long down there around 34. So Dow's pushing. So the Russell pushed up out of there. Gold kind of pulling back now. Still waiting for alerts. I mean, I'll try to get long at 41 with a stop at 23. I don't feel like I'm chasing yet because 41 is still very close to the higher time period support I'm now betting on, which is the middle of the envelope right there, right? And then you've got, that's at like 33. So then you've got the true average there for this trend run up, and it, you know, we'll see what happens. Sometimes when the Nasdaq starts to squeeze, it just squeezes. So if we take a loss on this, it's okay. I like the idea of the trade. I mean, ideally, I'd like to get in closer to the middle of the envelope there on the higher time period, but I don't know if it's going to get there, right? So let's take a stab. Plus you have Dow pushing, you have Russell pushing, you have ES pushing. So if Nasdaq was to come back and fill us at 41, is that where we're at? Yeah, 41. That would be nice. I would accept that risk down to 23. That's 18 points. Because if it runs, we could hold and add. The baby's crying. She must be getting her diaper changed. So these are the nuances. I mean, this thing just didn't, you know, that's tough. Look, guys, straight down, straight back up, and you don't know that's going to happen. I'm just trying to pick a spot to get in, right? Many days it will come back and give you an in. Let's look at heating oil. So it's 1 o'clock. That's why some liquidity came in there. Check on my baby. Okay. I just had to check on my baby. Corn, not really interested in right now. No, choppy. So Nasdaq's the one that would be nice, you know, to try and get in, but what are you going to do on a day like this? Not easy trading. We're navigating it very, very well. We're putting ourselves in good positions, and it's a numbers game. Going to get a $9,000 payout. That's pretty nice. See if we can hang on by a thread here with the Tradeifys. I mean, if we're squeezing here, I could just risk the Tradeifys and just be like, all right, I'm going to go for my $3,000 and risk $3,000. But I think this is, you know, it's fun. I'm just using the last bit of these Tradeifys to, you know, work out the ins and outs of following so many markets, setting the orders, going from one to the other. I got to switch the alert system so we get notified a little earlier. There's feeder cattle again. Kind of wacky. I think it's late in the day for feeder cattle. So let's see if Nasdaq can come back. Fill us at like 40. We're at 41. That's our order, I think, right? I keep forgetting. Yeah, 41. And the idea is, hey, is this a good trade idea? You know, yeah, this is a well thought out trade. We're trying to execute it. If it loses, it loses, right? And just go on to the next one. I'm really working on that in myself as well. Just process, process, process. That's how you make the big, big money. I'm just waiting to see. We got an alert on the Russell. Just kind of doing his thing. Would I want to short that on the Russell? No, not coming out of that. I really wouldn't. You think it'll retrace deeper than 41? Could be right. Or do you mean you think it'll come to us at 41? I don't know. But I'd like to get filled, and I like the trade. But I can't chase it up there. Ugh. Whew. Getting up at 4 is catching up with me. 405. Okay. Well, that would be all that higher time period support. So it certainly could. I'll see if I get in, if I get filled at 41. I mean, the trend run up here has to continue. So if it doesn't, and we look like we're starting to, you know, push down and through the middle of the envelope on the higher time period here, that's what I'm betting on, which is right here, this zone. So for me, if I got filled, that has to hold. And if that starts to break, you know, I'd probably cut it. But anything can happen. So that was for gasoline, which we're probably not going to trade. No. Nat gas, probably not going to be trading. No. So let's see. Didn't get filled. I'm filled. I'm filled at 41. And now this needs to react. And if it doesn't, I'm going to have to, you know, bail, because this is where the beginning of that support should be. So it's going to have to get back above those DMLs, get back to 60 if it's correct. And if it does get back to 60, I'll move to stop to 41 pretty quickly. Because if this is correct and it is going to squeeze, then it should not come back here. Now, like that should be the buying if it's correct. So my stop is at 41 now. You guys see there? I'm filled from 41, like I said, on all 5 of the Tradeifys. here, and my stop is at 41. So it's break even now. And if it gets taken out, that's okay, because what I'm looking for on this is, I mean, my fill, to be honest, so far was the low of that move. So that's a good sign. It touched and popped, meaning there were a lot of orders sitting there so far. Doesn't mean it's not going to go back out and take us out. It could, but now we're into a free trade, right? It's like NAFTA. We're in a free trade agreement with the Nasdaq. So let's see now if this can start to squeeze, you know, then we can trail and add, you know, manage our risk. But I'm just not going to get all hung up on the fact that, you know, each account is up $350 right now. Like, who cares? Like, it's like, I just want to focus on process. If this comes back to even, then that's what it does. My poor little baby is screaming. It's about to close, so it looks like it's probably going to take us out. I would say it's going to, because it couldn't hold back up there is my guess. We're not out yet, but probably be out at break even soon. And then I'd still be interested if this cracked lower down into, you know, 400 to 405 or whatever. I would be interested in relonging down there, because there's still a lot of support down there. You know, we're still in for now, but you know, this, it kind of needs to get on its horse. So that's probably going to push lower and take us out, because it's moving inside the envelope now. That would be my guess. But I'm just going to leave it. I'm not going to, like, there's no sense in pulling it off. You're up $150 per account. Like, just, if we get lucky and it goes up, great. And if it comes back and takes us out at break even, that's okay. You just never know. We're in, so, you know, we'll see for now. It's got a clear 60. You know, it's got a clear 60 to give it a chance. Right now, I'd probably say it's probably still want to come back and take us out. So the Dow, anyways, this is just going to do its thing. This is the thing too, just not getting attached to these trades, right? Process. Let it do what it's going to do, right? The orders are in. It can go where it wants to go. I don't have control over it. Let's look at the Dow. So the Dow is trying to push up here, which is nice, but nothing I'd want to do there. The other signals so far, didn't really see anything I liked. You know, we'll see. It's 1:10 p.m. Eastern, so probably this will be my last attempt, because this has been a crazy day, and I would expect it to probably be pretty choppy the rest of the day. And I'm happy with the way the day went regardless. I've secured my top step payout, which is, you know, awesome. And then just come back and do this tomorrow. And then just every day, guys, we're going to do this, and we're going to follow the process, you know, just bang, bang, bang. Is that making sense to you guys? Because I'm really starting to feel it and settle in now. And yesterday, you know, focusing on the Nasdaq like a crack addict taught me that I don't want to do that again. It's just like, you know, not smart. So Supreme, you shorted it. You might be right. I mean, it could go either way. It really could. I'm just taking it for my reasons, and you know, it could take my stop loss, and who knows, right? We don't know. But I'm liking the way to, I like managing it like this. What I'm trying to do is go with the higher time period reversals off key levels, you know, and then hold and add if the trade is correct, and try to keep the losses small or break even, and really, because some of the best traders in the world that I watch, that's exactly what they do. they just take tons and tons of break evens or small losses. And then when they're right, they hold and they pyramid the hell out of it and they make a ton of money, right? I think this is going down, but I'm just not going to mess with it here, you know? Yeah, exactly, Ralph. And Supreme, that's kind of what I think, guys. Just, and put ourselves in good positions, you know? Like today, looking at these charts, I mean, I'm guessing this was a pretty tough day for most people, right? This is not easy trading conditions. Probably a lot of people woke up this morning like at the open, they're like, all right, we're going long, and then the thing just dumped, right? And then down there at those lows, probably lots of people went short. You can see that on the footprint, and then they got squeezed, you know? So for us, it's been a fine day, just working on process. So it is what it is. That's the thing, just to not get too involved in any one trade. Like they're just going to go where they're going to go. We're about to get taken out. ES is kind of sitting here, not really squeezing. The Dow's trying. You know, the Russell made a nice little attempt, but now there's some resistance here on the Russell. Again, I think we're going to get taken out of the Nasdaq here any second. But the reason I'm not shorting this Russell is because, yeah, that could go down on the Russell, but we're coming out of all that support right there. So I just, it's not in my mind, it's not a good place to short, even though it could drop. So it looks like the Nasdaq's gunning for the stops. Just about getting there. I mean, so far, there's been a lot of buying come in around that 47, 48, 49 level. So, you know, we'll see. Could get lucky. Otherwise, we won't. Looks like they just want to crack those lows. All right, I'm out at break even. And let's see, because there's still a lot of support down there for me. You know, anywhere in here, really. I mean, even if this closed, they may just be gunning stops. You know, I'm going to wait till this closes, because if we get a pullback, if this closes into a pocket here, I would probably rebuy, because the idea of the trade for me is still valid. And, you know, maybe it takes us out of break even like it just did, and then maybe it rips, right? Like, I can't do anything about that. So feeder cattle's continuing to rip. I'm going to leave that alone. So let's just wait till this bar closes and just methodically go from one to the next, follow the process, and, you know, it feels good. Doesn't it feel good, guys, when you trade like this? I feel, yesterday I just felt so bad inside just the NASDAQ. And then today, this just feels so right. It's so process oriented. Don't you agree with me? Still a ton of support down there, so I'm curious to see what this does. So let's see, getting close to that original support zone down there. This whole thing's a support zone in my view. So if this closes, like, you see, that's the zone right there. If we close and hold that zone, I'm going to have to buy. I have no choice. Because on the higher time period here, I mean, this whole zone is support. You know, potentially. So we got an alert on ultra bonds. I'm just, you know, checking them to stay with the process. All right, so they're kind of continuing to push. Probably the lower time period didn't confirm. I didn't even look because I can't trade it. But yeah, lower time period didn't confirm. You see, it's just up, up, up. That's why that's important to use that lower time frame to confirm. So let's look at YM is kind of holding so far. ES holding. Russell not too bad. So it might just be the Nasdaq, you know, doing what the Nasdaq does, making people go poopy in their pantsies. Let's see. So Supreme, you're targeting 05, is that right? I mean, if this closes into a pocket here, I'm buying it. You know, with something like a 20-point stop or whatever. Generally speaking, this is kind of round tripping on a micro level. Like it did go up and then round trip back down. It's true. So that's something I got to be aware of. But the lower time period here should tell me if it likes that, you know, if it holds that support. Yeah, it's a tough day to trust anything, but we're doing well. So here are the live cattle. Not much I see I want to do there. Wheat, I'm sure, is doing nothing. These markets are going to close in a little bit. So look at wheat. I mean, this is exactly like, can you imagine? You're like, all right, I'm just going to trade wheat all day today. And you're just looking at this when there's so many more opportunities going on. Soybean oil, kind of moving nicely. See what the Nasdaq does. So ES is, you know, we'll see. We shall see. Trade wheat every day. I stopped my alcohol drinking just to, because I got to go to bed earlier and sleep better and wake up earlier. So I'm just drinking the non-alcoholics. But yeah, I got the cigars. I like cigars. The Cubans are good. They kind of, you know, relax, nice relaxation, nice routine. And then, yeah, I've had weed a few times back in the day, but I was always more of like a beer guy. But to each their own. I'm live and let live. All right, let's see. Look, if this sucks up, this could be some support here. We still have 4,000 contracts. I'm not going to go rushing in. But you can see some buy-in coming in there. Maybe they might have just gone down there to get some stops, and we might be on our merry way, you know, back up to 540. You know, we just don't know. I hope for Supreme it dumps because he's short. But if this closes here in my support level, I have to buy it because that's process. In the meantime, I can work on my baseball pitching. Looking like it's trying to push. These are the super annoying ones. Like if it closes like way up near the highs like that, and it's like, oh boy, now where do you get in? But I don't know. I suppose I would try to get in again, you know, right in here, or get in at market and stop it below the low. We'll see. I thought there was a lot of support there so far. Yeah. Sorry about that, Supreme. I feel for you, man. It's just taking everybody out at break even, huh? Maybe not, though. Maybe you get a flush. Oh, that's a bummer. I had an old... Oh, that sucks. I had an old stop in at 21, my original stop, you know, because you can't use bracket orders. I forgot. I thought I clicked exit market all. So anyways, it just gave me a loss of 300 per account because I swear I clicked exit market and cancel and it did not remove that. That's unbelievable. Yeah. Oh well. That's the thing. I don't know how, I don't care, but I don't know how Trade doesn't have brackets for group orders. I mean, it's mind-boggling. It's incredible. It's fine. I don't care, but I guess I got to be more vigilant checking those orders. Okay, do I have any orders? No, I don't. I don't have any orders. Anyways, see where this closes. That was funny. I looked. I'm like, oh, I'm short the Nasdaq from 21. Oh, yeah, I had a stop order down there because I put the stop order at 41 to break even, a new one, and then I guess I didn't click exit cancel all after my stop at 41 got filled, so that original stop was down there already. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Yeah, Trade I'm not a fan of Trade to be honest. I mean, it's not horrible, but the fact that you can't have bracket orders for groups, I mean, is this the 1800s of trading? With Trade it is. It's fine. Now I learned. Exit cancel all because that's happened to me before on Trade It really has. So I'm just kind of waiting to see where this closes. I'll have to take another long if it closes right in there. The pocket is too symmetrical. There's still a lot of support there on the higher time period. We still have time for that bar to close. But I'm waiting for the closed bar. That's the process. And then now next time I know, if I put a stop at break even and I've already put another stop, I should just move that first stop. All right, you're looking good, Supreme. All right, here's the last line of defense for this higher time period support. Let's see what happens to it. If it breaks, it breaks. It's a lot of support there on the higher time period, but hey, let's see. It looks like it's cutting through it. So, I mean, I don't think I can. Depends where. Let me see where here. So I want to see. I couldn't really see. I want to see where that is. I want to see where my congestion DMLs were. I couldn't quite tell. If that sucks up above that, then I have to buy. Oh, that's tough because technically this zone held, but this congestion one is above us, which I don't like. So I was kind of seeing if this could have sucked up. It still might go up. I mean, there's a lot of support there, but it's not right. So I'm not going to touch it. It will be what it's going to be. So that's why I was keeping a close eye on this, guys, was because I was going to see if this sucked up, then you're in that zone. And if you were above that, I would buy that immediately. But we're not, so I'm not going to. And it still might go up, but then I just got to say, look, that's the process. I can't, there's just a lot of support here. That's for sure. It's tempting now. It's tempting, I must admit. Because you're right at that higher time period level. What's funny about that order? Gosh. TradingView, you suck. My goodness. All right, did I miss any alerts? Uh-oh, we got a alert formula error. Why would that be the case? I don't know what that is. We're not getting alerts. Let's see here. Yeah, there's a lot of support there. I mean, this is the key level. But I'm just going off my DMLs are important, and the more of them that you have that look good for your trade, the better. So when you really listen to the DMLs, they can just keep you on the right side of things. Like this might still go up, but I just don't like that that DML is above us. Could break because that one technically held that zone, but it's not good enough for me. I just don't know if my alerts are working. ES, Dow, let's see, something will alert us soon. Gold. I think gold should be alerting us. No, that's the daily. Yeah. So gold, 20,000 now. Well, if no alerts come in, then we know that our alerts are not working. But it's kind of getting toward the end of the day anyways. So we'll just watch the Nasdaq here for a sec and then I'll call it a day. Because this is also, we still have, this support, I'll watch this. I'm not doing anything now, but this support zone is still on the higher time period. There's still support here. So even though I didn't like this one, I like the symmetrical pocket. I like that it held that because that's a zone, but I don't like that it broke that. But this one could close here above the true average, and then it would tell me I would have to buy it, you know, and then you never know. Like sometimes if this was to close like this, you know, that could happen. You just don't know. You just have to listen to the charts. I know that was my original entry order, right? 10, which is right where we got to. Amazing how these DMLs work. So that could be it. I mean, could be headed higher now. We'll see. Yeah, no, it's, you know, it's going to do what it's going to do. Well, 30 points is good. 60 bucks, 2 BEs, you're in. It's great. Give yourself a chance for a runner. Yes, we're not getting any alerts, so I'm kind of thinking that for some reason the alerts are not working. I don't know why that would be. Alerts, I mean, should be working. They're on. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to watch this last higher time period bar play out with you, and then I'm calling it a day. Been a great day. All right, what are we doing here? Oh. Getting hungry. I haven't eaten yet today. And it is 11:35 a.m. and I've been up since 4. I really don't, I just kind of don't eat breakfast. I mean, I do, but it's a late breakfast. Like, I'll probably make myself some breakfast burrito tacos when we're done, but it's like a lunch, but I still like the breakfast food. So these are the accounts, guys, that I'm requesting the payout on tonight. So 4,500 on that one, and then 2,400 on those two. That's nice. So that's 8,900. And then net, it'll be 8,000. That's fine. That's good. And then that'll leave about 9K in those accounts to trade freely and prove out the thesis of holding and adding. That's what I'm going to use that $9,000 for in that top step. You know, my leftover XFA funds. And then, you know, I'll get a couple more fresh ones too, but that's what we're going to do. Supreme's looking good. I don't know why our alerts stopped working, but we're almost done anyways, but I hope we didn't miss anything really good. Let's check. ES, well, we will get an alert. I mean, there's another little pocket there on ES, so can we, is that going to be like that pocket where you're trending down? There's the pocket. Are you going to get an end of day flush here? Kind of looks like it. Should I trade ES? Maybe. Because we are going to get an alert. And it did fail to squeeze. And there were a lot of longs buying there. I know I'd have to view this as like, okay, we're trending down. I'm looking for a reversal and good trend trades. So do we think that this one could trend lower? I mean, it could close back near the low a day. It's just, this trend's a little, it's got a nice pocket just like this one. And that did its job, but it's just messy, you know, because it's like, it's not clean. I mean, it's moving down. This is trying to go for congestion exit. Could have been a lot of people coming in trying to buy that just now and be stuck. I don't know. Maybe I'll buy some. The fact that it couldn't rally more. We still have 4,000 left on this one, so let's see. I mean, the low, this is confirming in the sense that it's rolling over. But see, ES held here, so that's kind of interesting, but it didn't hold there. Could be a short. I'll watch. I'll watch. The thing I don't like about it is that if I look at the difference between here, see, these are the subtleties you guys will pick up. See here, you have the pocket. I know I didn't like this because of that choppiness there, but let's just say, okay, we know after the fact it worked. Well, you have the pocket and you see the reaction low there. It's not crossed over. That's good if you want it to go down, right? Whereas this one, this is a lot of support it's got to get through with this sucked up so high. And that's a steep pocket there, right? So it just makes me a little more apprehensive. Oh, we got an alert. So apparently our alerts are working. Fantastic. So that's probably why I wouldn't short that. And Nasdaq, you know, this if this sucks back up, the buy is still kind of in play, you know? Interesting times. One thing I do appreciate about Tradevate is that it takes 5 minutes to find a symbol. Not a Tradevate fan. So CL, Crude gave us an alert. Kind of dumping back toward the lows there. I'll leave that be. I mean, let's see if Nasdaq closes. I'd have to see where it would close. Stop break even, yeah. I mean, it's tight price action. It happens. What are we gonna do? Hey, you're taking the initiative, putting on the trades, managing them. That's what you got to do, you know? This could be some buying coming in now. I kind of like that. If we close here, I'm going to have to try and buy. I know it's a little risky, but I'm just going to have to. But I got to wait for it to close, and then I might miss it. So if it closed like right up kind of there where it was, then I might have to buy like 35. But it would really have to, I want it to close above the true average there, kind of back inside the envelope, the bottom. Right now it's not looking like that's going to happen. So I got another error here. I wonder what that error is from. Oh, it's on Nasdaq. Oh, 10,000. That's why. Okay. There shouldn't even be an alert on that 10,000. So that's what the problem was. So let's see where this closes. Is it going to be an afternoon dump or an afternoon squeeze? Because I'm just looking at that support. That flash is still valid for now on that bar. But this has to close like up there, which is not looking like it's going to do. So I'm probably not going to long because it's not confirming now unless it gets a very fast pop on a couple hundred contracts up to 33, which is not looking likely. So that's looking like I'm not going to mess with that. Still could go up or whatever, but I'm not going to mess with that. Let's look at ES. Yeah, so there's, I mean, it could go up or down, to be honest. Like, you have a lot of higher time period support there, but I'm just not really feeling that bar there. So I got to leave it alone. And it's, I think that's the hardest part for me too, is just accepting that, like, I like that area, but I just, there's no confirmation here. So I just got to let, and if it goes up without me, it goes up without me. You know, that's okay. So there's the, oh, that's a nice short there on ES, I would say. Because it, yeah, that was a good. it's still sucked up there, which I don't really like, but I think you had a good, with that popping up there, you had a good chance to short, and then you'd already be at break even on ES. Had I seen that, I think that would have been pretty good, because that pocket looks pretty good the way that popped up, even though that's a little bit of a crossover, but I think you'll get a move at least down to test that area. Yeah, Nasdaq kind of breaking down there. Dow's sitting there. Russell. So that was a nice one on the Russell. I mean, that was kind of what I wanted. I mean, you had the support right there. That was a good one to get in there. But now I switched it around. So now we can get better notifications. Gold, silver's kind of sitting there. Copper, platinum. Bonds are just pushing. Crude, heating oil. Yeah. I mean, I think overall, just a tough day that was navigated very well. There's a flash on feeder again. Just the question, I mean, feeder cattle is going to close in like 15 minutes. So I just don't know what it does at the close. It probably either sits there or does something crazy. So I'll just watch it. But we're so far above the daily, we don't have anything to lean into. So I wouldn't be interested in that now, even though you got a flash, but no thanks. So yeah, ES, I think you got a lot of resistance up here, support here. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to leave it there. I don't feel like I need to do any more. It's been a good day. I've been at this for quite a while, and I think we learned a lot. Oh yeah, Supreme. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, well, that's the market's designed to do that, right? It's so, it sucks. But look, we're gonna have a lot of big. This stream is gonna be unbelievable for us, and the end of day analysis and plugging all that in. It's I'm excited about what's coming, especially because I'm really excited about this stage of holding and adding. So I'm pumped to do that on stream too, because just following the system methodically. And yeah, today was a good day. You too, Ralph. Thanks for being here, man. Thanks, you guys. Give a thumbs up out the door if you haven't. I appreciate it. And yeah, it's 1:45 Eastern now, so I'm gonna I'm gonna eat, go for a walk. Zest for a living. Thanks, man. Thanks for being here. Good to have you guys here. I'm gonna eat a quick breakfast burrito. And thanks, Supreme. And I'll go for a long walk. And then I'll come back and do the end of day analysis for us. And we'll do this all over again, right? All right, you guys. Thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. And I'll be in the members area for the end of day analysis. All right, take care.